Okay, I'd like to call to order this committee, the whole agenda of June 11th, 2026. At this point in time, I will put out a call. Any items on the agenda, anyone wishing to declare an interest? Seeing no hands raised, we'll move on then. We'll move to the business arising from the minutes. And the first item, it's item 3A, and this is with regards to the notice of motion that was provided by Councillor Gregg. And Councillor Gregg, I would like to ask you if you could please read out that notice of motion. I will then look for a seconder. If we have a seconder, it'll go on the floor for discussion. I will return to you for the first part of the discussion.
Thank you. And through you, I'd like to present, whereas the County of Grey is obligated to submit a response time performance plan to the Ministry of Health on an annual basis, and whereas the City of Owen Sound has identified rehabilitation requirements for the Owen Sound Fire Hall, and the Township of Georgian Bluffs and the Municipality of Meaford have identified future needs for the Inter-Township Fire Department. Now, therefore, Council for the County of Grey directs county staff to engage in conversations with the Township of Georgian Bluffs, the Municipality of Meaford, and the City of Owen Sound and or the relevant boards to analyze and ensure emergency services are being provided in the most financially responsible manner.
Okay, I will look for a seconder. Okay, I see it seconded by Councillor Eccles. It's now on the floor for discussion, so I will return to you, Councillor Gregg.
Thank you. And just for a little bit of background for my colleagues around the county, at the City of Owen Sound, we are certainly preparing in the near future for renovations and improvements in various items that are deficient at the fire hall, and evaluating across the city as well, where the Inter-Township Fire Department is located on 2nd Avenue West, adjacent to a new housing construction or housing development, which is substantial and going to I think provide 240 homes in that immediate neighborhood. I'm not certain on where Georgian Bluffs sits these days in the municipality of Meaford in terms of their comfort and the location on a go-forward basis. It may be fine 3 weeks, 3 months, 3 years from now, but I think this is a discussion that's looking at what's best for the communities 10, 15, and 20 years from now. And the reason I think that there is motivation to have the county engaged in this is right now adjoining the Owen Sound Fire Hall is a county ambulance bay, which is owned by the county. We are undertaking an update to our response master plan. I don't want to say master plan. It wasn't a master plan, but it was a consultation study a few years ago. This year, we're undertaking an update to that to see where we stand. We've had some individuals discuss acknowledging the growth of and expansion of the paramedic services within the county, and more bases certainly adds financial challenges into the years forward for the county. And why I'm wondering the county should be part of this discussion is what is right in terms of what the fire services looks like in the next few years in terms of location. So is the best location for the county paramedic base long-term? Is it still beside the Owen Sound Fire Hall? Or maybe it's located where the Inter-Township Fire Hall currently sits now on 2nd Avenue West, which may heighten the response times to Georgian Bluffs and to the northwest portion of the county. We have in the immediate plan right now another base to be constructed at Cobble Beach. But are there improvements that we can make in the way that we're conducting business right now that may remove that financial requirement for an additional base in the future? We have to acknowledge that at times people do locate themselves in rural areas of the county, and one of the sacrifices sometimes in doing so is maybe a lesser standard or service response time for those choices are being made. It's just very expensive to be able to provide those services across the county in a heightened fashion to all residents. So I'm wondering the discussion, I don't want to see us continuing to operate in silos, which I think that's the danger. In the city, we have our master fire plan. Georgian Bluffs, you probably have your master fire plan. Township of Meaford, you probably have your master fire plan. We have our paramedic services optimization response time plan. But my concern is, where's the motivation for us to work together in ensuring that what it looks like 10 years, 15 years from now is the best means of service provision for the residents of Grey County and Georgian Bluffs, Owen Sound, Meaford. But for all of us in terms of a response standard that we're all proud of and satisfied with, but one that is financially sustainable as well, and meets our goals and objectives. So I don't know what the future could look like. Is a paramedic base at the Inner Township Hall a possibility? I don't know. Is a new facility on the Sunset Strip or at Springmount something that would meet the objectives, and that would be fire and paramedic services? I don't know. What I'm asking us to do today is to direct staff to have those conversations and at least mine out in that study update what is the best path forward, as opposed to just everyone operating in that silo and moving forward in an approach that might not be the best financial approach going forward.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Keaveney.
Thank you, Madam Warden, and good morning, everyone. And I thank Councillor Gregg for bringing this motion forward for discussion. However, I'm sorry to say at this point in time, Meaford cannot support the motion for, I think, the simple reason that our council and staff have not had an opportunity to discuss this. Neither has the Georgian Bluffs, nor have we discussed it at the ITFD board level. Meaford does have a fire master plan, and it does make some recommendations that suggest Meaford should build a second hall within the municipality of Meaford, and we haven't given consideration to that at this point in time. And Georgian Bluffs and Councillor Carleton will certainly speak on behalf of Georgian Bluffs, you know, has other actions and potential considerations ahead of them. So I think at this point in time, we are just not ready to have this conversation at the county level. I think it's something that needs to be discussed prior to that between Meaford and Georgian Bluffs and the ITFD board. And if some decision is made at that point in time that requires involvement from the county, we can come back and have that discussion then. But I do not believe we're ready at this point in time to move forward with this.
Okay, thank you. Other comments? I'll go to Councillor Carleton.
Thank you, Warden, and good morning, County Council. I think that tying all of this together at this point is a little ahead of its time. I think the timing is a little off. And I say that because, yes, Georgian Bluffs and Meaford do jointly own the Inner Township Fire Department, but outside of that ownership, we each have our own individual fire master plans. And at this time, Georgian Bluffs is a draft fire master plan that has not been approved by council. We're waiting for a report to come back on the 67 recommendations that are within that report to identify what the future needs are for Georgian Bluffs Fire Services and what we can reasonably afford to implement. I think Hanover recently built a new fire hall at a cost of $7.5 million. That would be a substantial investment that Georgian Bluffs, Meaford, and ITFD are going to have to need to plan for very carefully. And having a dialogue with neighboring municipalities before our own council has had these discussions and have agreed upon the long-term vision for Georgian Bluffs Fire Master Plan feels a bit like putting the cart before the horse. I would suggest that we're not ready to have those discussions yet, and that when we are ready, our first conversation will be with Meaford as joint owner of ITFD. Like I said, I question the timing of this report. I think part of what is holding us up at Georgian Bluffs is the fact that we're going to have a new council looking at a draft fire master plan, and proceeding with large dollar value items at this time just does not seem right. So for those reasons, I can't support this motion at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just look for any other comments. We'll go to Councillor Dobreen.
Thank you. Good morning, Warden and County Council. I agree with the conversation. I want to thank Councillor Gregg for bringing or opening up the conversation to be had. And I would think that there would be a natural progression in those discussions between Georgian Bluffs and Meaford, that as they develop and explore their options, they would naturally seek out input from paramedic services to, if they're going to think about redeveloping or relocating. So for that reason, I will not support the motion at this time, but encourage the conversations to happen naturally.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Councillor Body.
Thank you. I thank my co-pilot here for bringing this motion. To engage in conversations. That's all. That's all. Let's have the conversation. Let's have the discussion. I would encourage both of you to have all the options on the table before you start making decisions, not make decisions and then come back and say, oh, sorry, we've already made a decision. We can't have this conversation. There may be financial gains for you to be able to move forward with this if you have the conversation. You might be able to move the ball forward. I just think every opportunity that we have to work through the county, to look at opportunities to be more efficient, to look at all the options that are on the table as we make our decisions at the lower tier. I don't think we have to make decisions at the lower tier. We haven't made any decisions at the lower tier on this, but we're willing to have that conversation. And I don't think we should ever turn down the opportunity to have the county lead us on conversations and things that could benefit all of us. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pringle.
Thanks, Ward. Great comments by everybody here, and I will support Councillor Keaveney and Councillor Carlton on our ask not to support. But I do want to commend Councillor Gregg for bringing this forward. It is it's an initiative that we've been talking about for years. It's something that will happen down the road. Are we ready to take it to the county level? I'm not sure we're ready to do that yet. Are we open for conversation? 100%. We want to do the right thing as a township for us, Meaford, Owen Sound, everybody in Grey County. It's a team effort at the end of the day that we want to do the right thing and be financially responsible. I just do believe as two townships right now, we may not be ready for all those conversations or have those conversations. We want to sit down and talk it out. Nothing better than talking to a director, McNabb there about, the paramedic side of things and what they need. Obviously, we want to do the right thing at the end of the day as two townships in the county. But are we ready for that yet? I don't believe we are. We've talked about it. There's a lot of things to put in play. 100% open to the conversations, but I don't believe we can support this at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other comments? Councillor Gregg.
If I could just speak to the question of timing. The motivation on the timing is because this year we are undertaking an update to the response plan. So this is an issue of not missing an opportunity, because that opportunity is not there next year. It's not there in 2 years. This is a potentially, 3 or 5 year update to the plan. So that's what motivates it now this year, because I think we could talk about the timing, but I think you're losing the opportunity when you kick it down the road. This is the moment before the county right now when we're evaluating what the future response times look like, and where bases would be located to support that. So just wanted to speak to that part.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Keaveney.
Thank you, Warden Matrosovs. So further to Councillor Gregg's comment about the review, could I ask of staff, of CAO or the Deputy CAO to share if there are any updates at this time that you can bring to Council in relation to that report?
Through you, Warden, thank you, Councillor Keaveney, and the comments and discussion around this topic. With respect to the deployment review, and I'll look to either Niall or Kevin to also confirm some details with respect to that. We're in the early stages of doing the deployment review. That was included in the 2026 budget to do a deployment review update. We're gathering some data and information. We'll be moving forward with that process in the near term. That will hopefully help to inform what this looks like in terms of some of the growth pressures that obviously we're seeing in some of our communities as it relates to response times. Some of our aging population, that's also a factor in terms of seeing our response times increasing over the last number of years, and making sure that we're maintaining those response times. So there will be an update provided. Councillor Gregg's correct in terms of the latest deployment review identifies a need for a base at some point in Cobble Beach. It's currently, as per the last update, or the last deployment review was scheduled for 2028. We do anticipate through this update that'll likely be pushed out further to 2028. We won't know until we go through that analysis. Of course, we'll be bringing back the findings of the deployment review update to council for review. Once that's completed, we're of course happy to have any conversations and recognizing the comments in terms of silos. The bases that we've been proceeding with to date, we always try to look for opportunities to work with municipalities on whether there's land that's owned by the municipalities that we can move forward with building a base on. We did that in partnership with the Durham base, for example. We did that in partnership with the Feversham base with municipality of Grey Highlands. The one that was not identified in the plan review, but we're still working through potentially options is the Dundalk base. And so we're always willing to have those discussions with the municipalities to make sure that we're exploring what's the best approach to make sure that we're trying to do this in as cost efficient as possible. So we will continue to do that for the other bases that have been identified. And following the deployment review update, again, depending on the timing of the Cobble Beach one, if it sounds like maybe at some point there may be a need to explore something as relates to the Owen Sound Fire Department, the Owen Sound base, which again is not identified in the deployment review, but we're happy to have those conversations if that need arises and what that looks like. So I just want to note that we try to work through those options and opportunities with municipalities as it relates to, from our perspective, the deployment review update side of things. I don't know if that captures everything, but if Niall and Kevin have anything further, I'll also look to them. But thank you.
Okay, Director McNabb, anything?
Yeah, just maybe to add to that when the 4-H did the last review, they did look at our current base locations, the 7 at that time that existed, and they felt that they were the best match to meet the demands of the county. It's always balancing the urban versus the rural. You know, we try to do the best we can with response times. Obviously, the more resources you put in an urban area, the larger impact, but you still have to balance that out with the extended response time. So the urban areas generally do have a better response time, but I use that analogy. If it takes you 15 minutes to get a bag of milk, it probably takes 15 minutes to get an ambulance. Like we're in the main towns. So, but ORH will be looking at that as a part of this, as far as base locations, and to be able to balance that need of call volume, you know, the density versus the rural, and trying to balance that out.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further from the deputy CAO. Okay. Other comments from around the committee, the whole table? Okay. All right, then I'm seeing no further discussion, so I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and those opposed? Okay, Madam Clerk, did you want to take a moment just to count? Okay, let me just call those 2 votes again so the clerk can take a tally. All those in favor? And those opposed? Okay, so that motion is lost. Thank you very much for the thoughtful conversation that has gone on around this. CAO, what I hear is that the work is already in progress about looking at this analysis, and we've heard from Director McNabb as well. And that is having conversations with the lower tiers along the way, that you're already engaged in those conversations. So that kind of work does not stop just because this motion is defeated. Okay, and the CAO is concurring that. And certainly in my lifetime, sitting here in the warden's chair, working with the CAO and the deputy CAO, we have been able to facilitate conversations when two or more municipalities are involved on a particular topic. It is very fruitful and very helpful. So we remain here, and part of that process, when the lower tier municipalities have had their conversations or have started their conversations together, at some point in time, it may be, especially because the topic of paramedics is involved in this, that we will remain ready and listen to the lower tiers that are involved on when they may wish to have some sort of coordinated conversation where the county would participate as well. Okay. All right. So let's move on to our delegation. This morning, we are going to hear the annual report and update from the Nuclear Innovation Institute. So with that, I would like to welcome President Lynn Thorne up to the lectern. Good to see you here. And we always look forward to hearing the update from you because it's always very exciting. There's always been lots that's been happening over the year. So welcome. And are you operating your slides or? Okay, so you're good for that? Excellent. The floor is yours.
Great. Thank you so much, Madam Warden, and good to see you. Good to see all of the counselors in the room. And we're so grateful at the Nuclear Innovation Institute for the relationships that we have with each of you. So thanks for allowing me to come today and give you a bit of an update. This is actually a reflection from our 2025 annual report, but a little bit of insight into where we're heading this year, which I remind the team we're halfway through the year. So lots of really good work on the way. Our 2025 annual report really celebrates building our strength at home. Building our strength here in rural Ontario, building strength across Ontario, but for Canada, lifting up our nation, being proud Canadians as we all are. And we're seeing that proof. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that later in the presentation, but some of the work that we're doing at the NII is being received through federal policy discussion. It is being recognized at a national level. We are having outreach, from places like Sask Power saying, hey, how are you doing that in your rural context, in your rural region, building this ecosystem? And so that excitement for this, and it aligns well with our NII vision of a Canadian landscape that celebrates nuclear. We're starting to have more of that discussion and be recognized. So something for all of us to be really proud of, and in particular as rural Ontarians, lifting up that flag and being proud. So as a level set, the NII is a member-based not-for-profit. So we're grateful every day and very collaborative with our founding members. So Bruce Power, BWXT, Cameco, CanDo Energy, ES Fox, and Kinetrix. And we also work very closely with the Power Workers Union and the town of Saugeen Shores. James Sconiak, as our board chair, has been tirelessly helping us move all of these files forward. And we're really, really proud of the work. And it's been such a career privilege, quite frankly, to work so closely with James and learn from him. And by positioning us the way that we have as a team, we're really driving this innovation forward, in particular with sector transformation projects. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that. Before I do go further, I do want to say, as part of this slide, and we think about 26 and this momentum, if you've caught in the news last week or earlier this week, I guess it was, Bruce Power brought Unit 3 back online. 7 months ahead of schedule, saving ratepayers $150 million throughout the province of Ontario. And so when we talk about on time and on budget, I remind Minister Lecce at the NII, we're in the business of ahead of schedule and under budget. And that's, music to your ears as well, right? So it's quite an exciting time. We have this tremendous momentum as a sector. We've got this national reach. And so quite frankly, the sky's the limit. We're very excited about the future. So reflecting on 2025, there's a few numbers here. And if you have a look at our annual report, which is available online, there's more metrics throughout the report. But in particular, when I would look at some of these numbers, I do want to thank the County of Grey and your member municipalities for your engagement. And in particular, I'll call out with the community resiliency strategy. I know that Grey County and partners within the county were very engaged in that work under the leadership of Kate McKinnon at the Nuclear Innovation Institute. And it's something that we're very proud of. Last year, we hosted the Built to Lead event at our campus building, but this year we hosted it at Sydenham campus. And so I did want to say thank you again to Grey County, and Savannah in particular and her team have been real champions with us on this work. And the collaboration is helping us show and demonstrate the success and this reach for children youth and other parties that might be engaged and curious about nuclear and supporting that workforce development. So with that, sector transformation. So I'm going to spend a couple minutes telling you about some of the work we did last year. And I remind myself, the projects we're doing now, I'll talk about next year. But right now we are working on some really incredible sector transformation projects around computer vision and some tooling and robotics. So lots of really tangible things happening. But in addition to some of those projects that require a little bit more investment, we're doing some of these projects through a program called Kaizen for Nuclear. And this is looking at that operational excellence, that continuous improvement. And so, you see kind of four things here. History dockets is a process that happens between our founding members and Bruce Power. Everybody sort of came to the table and said, hey, this process is just added and added and added. And I mean, we can all sort of reflect on when this happens in our own lives. And, these processes get wonky, but when you scale back and look at it, and if you do it through this Kaizen for Nuclear lens, in our case, it's about unpacking that process, finding where there's gaps or where there's wasted time, wasted effort, repurposing that, and now we're saving time. And when we're saving time, we're saving money. And so through these four examples, it's just a demonstration of some of the work that we have done that has proven to save that time and money for our founding members, which is, again, the collaboration and the efficiency found. It's quite exciting. We also had an opportunity last year to host the Advanced Nuclear Research Centre, which is based at a Strathclyde University in Scotland. They have a researcher that came over and spoke with us about a new technology using light and artificial intelligence to inspect concrete. And this prototype, this research that they brought over to share could find cracks as small as 0.1 millimeters. So it was sort of this interesting piece. And the reason why I picked this Innovation Day to share with you is that we did invite Grey County, and Grey County did have representation at our Innovation Day. And with that, this is the type of work that as we're doing it, when I think with a municipal lens, or why does this matter to you? We have lots of concrete in nuclear, and you have lots of concrete in municipal. And so when we find efficiencies in some of the work we're doing, whether that be through tooling, robotics or AI, whatever the case may be, when we discover these new pieces of tech that we can bring into the nuclear sector, we'll continue to have conversation with you on what that might look like for the municipal sector, which I think is really interesting. And again, just recognizing how fast technology and the economy are shifting. We're happy to do that and grateful for your ongoing support too. So I talked a little bit about the Built to Lead event that happened at Sydenham campus, and it was such a wonderful success, and that's a 2026 success story. But last year as well, we saw over 400 students coming to that. That's an event for young women, grades 7 to 12. That's the target audience, absolutely open to the public. And it's about bringing the skilled trade opportunities forward and helping girls, young women see themselves in the skilled trades. And so again, really exciting and quite frankly, very impactful work to inspire some of these young women to see themselves in these roles. In addition, we're continuing. Last year, we did our Model UN. We did a Science Olympics event as well. So bringing some of these opportunities for our youth in the region. And then our third sort of pillar, we've got that sector transformation and that skill development pillar, but then our industry voice, and this is the advocacy work. And again, working with Grey County very closely through Savannah and her team and just this tremendous leadership that we're seeing with our municipal partners. Bringing forward advocacy efforts, being aligned, whether that be through the Southwestern Ontario Isotope Coalition. And next week, we have an opportunity through the SOIC to tour the McMaster Research Reactor. So that's quite exciting. So bringing these opportunities, again, helping people understand the opportunity of isotope production at Bruce Power. How do we work together to build this ecosystem? And so that's really tremendous work underway, but then also through the Clean Energy Frontier program, where we recognize messaging, alignment, support as you prepare to go to AMO, as an example. The Nuclear Innovation Institute team, we're ready to help you if you have questions about nuclear or growth projections. What does Bruce C look like? We've done some of this economic impact research on these initiatives. So we have lots of data to share with you, and we'll continue to do that. Another initiative through our Industry Voice portfolio is the Green Ribbon Panel. And the Green Ribbon Panel, the NII serves as a secretariat to the Green Ribbon Panel. And this group is a collection of labor union groups, industry representatives, other strategic partners that are really coming together to ensure the energy security and the economic resiliency that nuclear provides for Canada. We celebrate the 95% commitment spend, 95% spend in Canada that Bruce Power has put forward. And that's a very deliberate celebration of the domestic supply chain for our nuclear sector. So bringing this messaging forward, last year, the Green Ribbon Panel attended a roundtable, coordinated a roundtable in Washington. We did again this year, attend a roundtable in Washington, but then also some roundtable discussions in Ottawa and in Toronto, which are very fruitful. We are engaging with ministers at a provincial and a federal level. And when I tie back to my very first slide of the ant holding up the maple leaf, this work's being done here in rural Ontario and being celebrated on the stage in Ottawa. And that, I think, is something I know it's something for all of us to be proud of. But then when we see things like the federal budget, or we see these responses, or we engage, we did submit a letter to Prime Minister Carney indicating our 100-day action plan and really what we need as a sector, how we can work together to build in Canada. This work is critically important, and certainly it's proving to be very successful. So we're really proud of the Green Ribbon Panel. There will be a new campaign launched in the coming weeks, in a couple of weeks. So you can stay tuned through the Green Ribbon Panel, but certainly through the Nuclear Innovation Institute as well. Okay, just wrapping up here, we do have our annual conference coming up, so I would like to invite you to join us. Registration is now open. It'll be happening in Port Elgin at the Unifor Center on October 8th and 9th. We've got a couple of really cool keynote speakers lined up. We do have a reception on the Thursday evening, so if you can only join us for part of it, please do. If you can join us for the whole thing, we would love to have you. I'm really looking forward to the conference. It certainly is a highlight. Okay, with that, Madam Warden, I will pause, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. And just as a note for the agenda for the Clean Energy Frontier, it starts later in the day on the Thursday, correct? Because it is a county day, but if our agendas align nicely and it's not too far to carry on to come over to you. Okay. So with that, I'll put it out in case there are any questions or comments from Committee of the Whole members. Okay. Oh, I'm going to go to Councillor Boddy first.
Somebody better ask a question. Jessica, I had the pleasure of attending the nuclear conference in Ottawa a few weeks ago, and I was talking to an economist, and I can't think of his name, who was talking about what the province is recognizing for need and ISO, and he thinks that even the province is low with AI, with all the demands that are coming, without even just looking at the economic, what's coming, not even considering the clean energy side of it. Bruce Power or Bruce C is going to be an absolute need. He said the Ontario pump storage is going to be an absolute need. Certainly transmission lines are going to be important. The Canadian government talked about wanting to be a superpower, a nuclear superpower, clean energy superpower. The provinces certainly put their eggs into that basket. What's the impact economically going to be, without getting into too much detail, so for the whole region?
Through you, Madam Warden. Although I appreciate the question, Councillor Boddy, I'm hesitant to, well, I'm certainly not going to give you a figure for a data point, but I'm committed to follow up on that. We have done that economic impact analysis on Bruce C. And so we do have lots of data available on what that new build could look like for our region. Now, you named the Ontario Pump Storage. I mean, one of the things that we talk about the NII is we remind people that 60% of the grid is nuclear, 30% coming from Bruce County. So 30% of Ontario's power is coming from Bruce Power. And I think that should not be forgotten or lost. And the demand, and to your point on the AI data center piece, we did release a report in 2025. You can find that online too. Spoiler alert, we're going to need more nuclear, right? Like that's ultimately where we're going with that research. And as all of these things come online and the growth of Ontario, the projections through the IESO, the Independent Electricity Systems Operator, their projections and the demand is significantly set out. And so the province is committed, and the work that we do with Minister Lecce, he has been very clear that the future is nuclear and in Ontario. And so we're quite excited, but it will take all of the tools in the toolbox. It will. And so when you go on OntarioGridWatch.ca and you can see live time, what's happening right now on our grid, you'll see wind and solar, you'll see hydroelectric, you'll see lots of nuclear, you'll see some gas, right? Like there's this mix that's going to take. And so I think that all of us should be quite reflective when we look forward on the opportunity and the economic impact, and those studies that are shaping up are helping us make decisions, but also should be exciting small business owners. And when I put my economic development hat on, I think about what that means for our local economy and the restaurants and the businesses and the entrepreneurs and the people that are standing up this work. There's going to be tremendous growth in the economy, and it's quite exciting, and it's for the long haul too. So.
Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Kettner and then over to Councillor Gregg.
Thank you. And I have a tough question, I think. Sometimes looking at the number of outages right in Saugeen Shores and Kincardine, and we've had a few in Meaford recently. I know that we're building out our nuclear capacity in grand style. Is the municipal infrastructure in Grey County keeping pace?
Through you, Madam Warden. I won't be able to answer that question. When I think about what's happening here on the infrastructure side, I mean, Bruce Power is in the business of creating clean energy and selling it to the grid and through the IESO, the Independent Electricity Systems Operator. And then that electricity is hitting our local distribution networks. And so there's so many players down the road on who is responsible to make sure that that power is powering our economy. And so I guess it would depend on, I think that's a discussion with your local distribution line, whether that's Hydro One or West Area or Earth Power, whoever that may be, on what the needs or what their projections might be. So it's a journey from producing it at Bruce Power, getting it to the Ontario grid on the lines out, and then when it hits your communities, I think that's a better conversation to have with them. But a very critical conversation too when we think about aging infrastructure that you are all responsible for as municipal government, the pipes in the ground. What about all of those lines in? And so I don't have an answer for you, but I do, again, I thank you for the question because I think that it's something for all of us to be reflective on as we're projecting the growth as well.
Okay, thank you. And we appreciate that you are representing the Nuclear Innovation Institute, not Bruce Power. So that's okay if you say I don't quite have that information. And it certainly is the reason why we work together as a Clean Energy Frontier, the ongoing discussions that go back and forth, the representation we have from our senior staff participating in those conversations like Director Myers to talk about that economic impact and to always keep those numbers in front of us and updating. It's a year-long perspective rather than just a one snapshot at this point in time. So we'll go over to Councillor Gregg.
Thank you for the presentation and update this afternoon, Jessica. You led with building our strength at home, and I just want to take a moment and thank you and the Institute on the investment you make, both with staffing and monetary dollars with investing into high school programs and the college to support the future of the build out of the nuclear industry in the area. We have such a great area here, but we certainly all see it in the various sizes of organizations. You can have great candidates come in, but often when they're not from the area, they may leave for a variety of other reasons. So to see the investment that you're making at home in our schools and in the college to build and support great jobs with people who are born here, grew up here, and can build families and enhance communities here. I just want to thank you for that investment because it does go a long way. You see that in today's labor pool. It's great when you hire a great employee, but it hurts when you lose that great employee. So it's extra special when that great employee is a byproduct of the local area and there's more security knowing that they're more likely to stay with the organization. So thanks for that investment.
Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Mackey.
Thank you, Warden. Good morning, County Council. Thanks, Jessica. You're a great ambassador for the area and for the nuclear business. Can you just talk a little bit about the small modular reactors and how when they may come into play? I mean, with the resource sector being opened up in Northern Ontario and throughout Canada, I think the reliance on those, the sooner we can get those operational, the better we are. It eliminates transmission lines to some extent. So can you just speak about that whole new business, please? Thanks.
Through you, Madam Warden. Thank you, Councillor Mackey. Good to see you again. With regards to the SMRs, the small modular reactors, so there is a small SMR being built through OPG on east of Toronto. And I would say that the world's watching that, quite frankly, the world, right? I literally mean that. The world, the nuclear countries, like we are watching that build to see how it lands on time and on budget, right? Like these are things that people are thinking, what's that cost for that megawatt out the door? What does the total cost look like? What's the efficiency in building a small modular reactor? And I think that there's an opportunity, I would say, to do further research and further case study into, that build and how it goes. And then what is the best function or the best appropriate use of that SMR? So there's lots of discussion. I was at an event last year near Niagara Falls, and I think it was near Grimsby. And there was an elected official that said, hey, what about an SMR in a business park? And I was like, well, we're not there yet, right? Like this isn't something we just drive in and drop down and turn on. Like so the intricacies of it on, licensed sites and the regulatory body, of course, like the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission, CNSC. And so I don't have those answers for you today. And there's probably more research out there that I could find and kick over to you. But what my own self and our organization, we're watching right now to see how that build's going and to see what happens at the end with, on time and on budget. I think everyone's watching that. And then what are the appropriate uses for this SMR? Is it northern communities to power northern community? What does it take for operations? What does the spent fuel, look like? Like, what are all of these things? Because we know with our CANDU reactors at Bruce Power, we've got the 4 in Bruce A and 4 in Bruce B. And we know that very well, right? A large scale reactor, they're big, boring machines, and that's what we want. And they produce a ton of power for us. So we'll watch the SMRs, but I think that's a really great question. And again, really thought provoking on what does the future of that look like? We'll see.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions? Okay, seeing none, I'll just, add, I think most specifically to what Councillor Gregg was saying about the opportunities for our young people, our young adults, as well as our youth in the area as well. Earlier when we were talking about how exciting it is for our current entrepreneurs and what kind of economic development comes when such a large project comes into a region that's within reach, such as our Grey County part of the clean energy frontier. I also know as a former educator how important it is to introduce young people to potential career paths very early in life, because it did always frustrate me as a high school teacher that our students were coming out at age 18 with only a small sliver of knowledge about the professions that were out there, just what had touched their lives at that point in time. So to be able to put that nugget of thought process and to be able to say, this is a place where it doesn't matter who you are, there is a career pathway if you're interested in this, I think is very exciting. So thank you very much for all the Innovation Institute's work on that note. All right, so that's it. So thank you very much. We appreciate you coming in person. And of course, you provide great documentation online for people that want to read further. If members of the public are following along, you've got great materials at your website as well. Okay, so with that, we are going to move on then to items for separate discussions. So looking at the list that we have 6 different items listed in the consent agenda. Number 6, if you could please identify at this point in time any that you wish to have a separate discussion for. Okay. I'm seeing no hands go up, so I'll put forth then the recommended motion is that the following consent items be received and that staff be authorized to take actions necessary to give effect to the recommendations in the staff reports, and that the correspondence be supported or received for information as recommended in the consent agenda. And all 6 items have been published duly in our agenda that has been circulated. May I ask for a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Mackey, seconded by Councillor Bornio. Any discussion? All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Okay, we're still a little ahead of 11 o'clock, so I think it would be appropriate for us to continue with our items for direction and discussion. At number 7, we're going to begin with item 7A, and then I'll be watching the clock to see when we'll break during our section 7 for a break. So with that, I'm going to ask first, before I call up our staff members, if there is a mover and a seconder, that the report CAOR CW 1526 regarding the Going Green in Gray review be received for information. I ask for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Hutchinson, seconded by Councillor Kentner. It's now on the floor for discussion, so I'd like to invite both the Deputy CAO and Manager Swanson up to provide background information.
Good morning through you, Warden. Good morning, members of council. I will just wait. We have a short presentation that Linda and I will tag team on. Oh, I have to do something. That's dangerous. Where's IT when you need them? There we go. Look at that. Thank you, Ava. Perfect. So good morning, members of council, and through you, Warden. We're here today to present jointly the review that's within your agenda package as requested by council through the budget process. And just to remind ourselves where we started from, a motion was passed that staff be directed to prepare a report on the implications of removing, modifying, or maintaining the actions within Going Green in Grey for consideration as part of the 2027 budget. So the report before you today is a for information report. Obviously, we're in advance of the 2027 budget. The conversation that is had today will inform the decisions of the 2027 budget. And we'll touch a little bit on some of the options we've considered, which may form the basis for council conversation later on today. But at this point in time, staff have not put a recommendation forward. We would be planning on taking the balance of this conversation forward into the budget process as we go forward. Manager Swanson and myself will take turns at the podium just here as we go through the slide deck. So just a quick overview of the Going Green in Grey report. So council approved this in 2022, April 2022, alongside of also declaring a climate emergency. And at the time, council asked that we actually come back with more aggressive targets in the future. And so that review process, we haven't gone through that cycle of review process just yet, given the timing that we're at. And so this report is coming in advance of coming back with a review of progress so far on Going Green in Grey, although obviously there have been several updates that have been provided to council and community in between times. The plan itself is a 28-year strategy, so it's a long-term vision that stretches us all the way out to 2050. And it guides not only the actions and activities that we anticipate to take corporately within Grey County Council, so how we make adjustments to our own service delivery, the way in which we undertake our operations, the way in which we build infrastructure and maintain infrastructure with a climate lens or an environmental lens, but it also helps inform our role as a community stakeholder and a community partner as to how we partner with member municipalities through climate action and environmental action, and how we support the work of community groups and non-profit agencies across the county. So it really is a document which shapes both the activities that we do as an organisation, but also shapes the way in which we participate in and work with community. And so the strategy, long-term strategy, embeds within it 21 community actions and 13 corporate actions, which will be put into place in various different phases throughout the duration of that 28-year strategy. It ultimately creates a singular goal, which when 2050, when we look back at the plan being adopted in 2022, we can assess success against. And that is a net zero target by 2050. That's net zero based on 2018 emission levels. So what we're trying to do is be as good as we were in 2018, or at least get back to being as good as we were in 2018 in respect to our emission levels. And so that net zero target is out there in the future. And that would be one way in which we would demonstrate achievability across the plan. Obviously, with a 30-year strategy or 28-year strategy, things change. There are interim goals and interim targets that are achieved through that, and they are articulated through some of the actions and activities that we do throughout. The plan doesn't set down in stone what happens in each individual year. It sets out a general trajectory for us to take over the course of the term of the plan. The plan was developed not in isolation. It was developed at a difficult time in terms of community engagement, but it was developed through the period of COVID. And so there were some challenges that were put in the way. But despite those challenges through its development, it was robustly researched. There was a great deal of technical modeling. We relied on external expertise as well as internal expertise in terms of the development of the plan, and significant engagement with member municipalities and more than 300 residents that were actively involved, directly providing feedback into the plan. A climate change task force was struck. That task force has evolved over time. It has broadened its scope and currently is reflected in the work that's ongoing with the Climate Change Community of Practice, which is a partnership with all 9 member municipalities. So that's a little bit of a review of the plan. I'm going to let Linda take over for the next few slides.
Thank you, Niall. So I'll walk through some of the details of the plan and a little bit about the implementation that we've undertaken so far. So as Niall mentioned, when we initially brought forward these emission reduction targets, there was a desire to make sure that not only were we targeting the science-based net zero by 2050, meaning it's a kind of internationally recognized level of ambition needed to avoid the worst impacts of climate change. So it's not a number we came up with. When they were looking at the international contributions to climate change, it was identified that collectively, we needed to be heading towards net zero by 2050. And what we were asked by the Climate Change Task Force back in 2022 and subsequently by County Council at that time was to establish some interim milestones. It's one thing to have a goal for 2050, but we need to have some mile markers along the way. And so we did bring back these interim targets between 2026 and 2050, and also an accelerated corporate target. There was a desire to show that the county was leading by example, and that we would seek to achieve net zero emissions corporately by 2045. As Niall mentioned, at the same time that the plan was adopted, there was also the declaration of a climate emergency. The reasons that it was a climate emergency in 2022 have certainly not abated. All of the same factors that led to that declaration still stand. The World Economic Forum issues an annual global risk report, which looks at the material impacts of climate change. And it identified that extreme weather in 2026 is is in the top 3 risks to present a material crisis on a global scale. And when you look to the 10-year time horizon, all top 3 risks identified by this body are environmental. We have some local data as well. We previously brought to council the Grey County Climate Science Report. It projects that extreme heat days, so days that are warmer than 30 degrees, will increase from 5 in the baseline at around the year 2000 up to 38 by 2080. So that's unlikely to be within my lifetime, but certainly within the lifetime of our residents. The next thing on the slide and also in our report is some projections about extreme storms and extreme precipitation. The image you see on this slide is in Hepworth, just in April of this year. So we anticipate that what is currently a 1 in 100 year storm, and this particular stat is about a 24-hour storm. So not just kind of those flash storms, but where you're getting heavy precipitation over an entire 24-hour period. What currently is a 1 in 100 year storm by the 2050s will be a 1 in 25 year storm. So we're going to be seeing that on our infrastructure. We're going to be seeing that in our residents and in their basements. What else? So those are some of the reasons why it's a climate emergency. This is actually some data from the last presenter that was commissioned by the Nuclear Innovation Institute. In October of 2025, they released a study called Measuring Momentum. And in that, 82% of Bruce and Grey residents felt the government does need to be taking action on climate change. There is strong local support from a representative poll around this issue. Doesn't mean that all residents feel this way, but certainly in that representative polling, this is a locally relevant issue. So what have we been doing since 2022, and what are the resources that have been allocated through the annual budget processes? None of this is new information for anyone around the table. Once the plan was approved through each subsequent budget year, there has been county resources, county funds allocated towards climate change staffing. This tells a little bit of that story. So in 2023, there was an allocation of 3 staff, 2 permanent and 1 contract. The 2 climate change coordinator roles, the contract initially was a 2-year focus on community engagement and mobilization. So getting our partners to kind of do their part with us and finding how we can work together. And then also at that time, a permanent coordinator role focused on energy management and data. So kind of a corporate focus for our own internal operations. I should note that this chart is on page 5 of your report. And if you were very keen and you downloaded that report in the first 24 hours that it was posted, there was an error, which has subsequently been corrected. So the report you have in front of you and what's on the slide is accurate in the 2027 year. After 2023, due to budget pressures, you can see that the county-funded resourcing has evolved. In 2024, we switched one of the permanent roles to a contract coordinator. In 2025, the level of county support was to keep 1 contract coordinator through 2025 and a half-year coordinator role. In 2026, through the budget process, it was suggested by staff to reinstate one of the permanent coordinator roles. That was not supported by council at that time. However, that coordinator role does remain in the draft 2027 budget, which is what you see reflected on this slide. Having a climate action plan unlocks resources for the county. There's a number of funding streams, particularly through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, that require a municipality to have a climate action plan to be eligible. Some examples of funding that's been unlocked in the last 3.5 years include nearly $450,000 to support our green development program for climate adaptation, so helping us to ensure our community and our infrastructure is ready for that changing climate. We received $105,000 to support the development of a climate adaptation plan and over $27,000 in technical resources to help with the design of our paramedic bases for climate resilience. We received over $90,000 in incentives around corporate energy efficiency. Some of that's been expertise, some of that's been direct incentives to install things like variable speed fan ventilators. And there's also been $2.5 million committed for public electric vehicle chargers. All of this investment is moving the needle forward. We're seeing a number of net zero ready new builds within our own portfolio, including the Rockwood Terrace, as well as the upcoming paramedic bases. We've already installed a number of 20 federally funded EV fleet chargers and have our first 2 light duty electric vehicles on the road that we're testing. We've engaged staff. We're trying to cultivate that culture of sustainability within the organization, and also residents. We've had a great partnership with Neighborhoods North that you would have driven past on your way in this morning to naturalize the front lawn. Which is to say that all of this happens only in partnership. We know that it took a community to make this plan, and it certainly takes a community to implement this plan. We're working closely with conservation authorities, public health units, various local volunteer organizations, and really the county's role is mostly to act as a coordinator and a facilitator and a resource to help move the needle with these partners. The most important partners being our local municipalities, of course. We host, as Niall mentioned, a monthly community of practice where we share resources with municipal staff. We talk about potential joint grant applications, and also lessons learned from efforts. We also have close partnership with our neighboring municipalities. Bruce County just released their first environmental sustainability plan. We're working closely with Dufferin and Wellington on a number of initiatives. So working really to move the needle collectively. based on the evolution of resourcing and investment over the last few years, we've also modified our implementation. So we are currently taking a modified approach, but we do report back annually on the implementation on an action by action level. So the last time we were in front of you with that was July of 2025. We kind of walked through of the 21 community actions and the 13 corporate actions, how things are going and where we've modified our approach. So with that, I will hand it back to Niall to walk you through the 3 options that are laid out in the report today.
So as Linda noted, we're currently in a modified approach to the approach that County Council endorsed at the start. So that's reflected really in option 2 here. Option 1 would be to return to a full implementation approach, reallocating the resources that were initially anticipated in 2022, 2023. And option 3 would be the remove approach. And obviously there are nuances within each one of these that County Council may wish to guide staff on. So we've sketched these out as a starting point for conversation and are open to feedback as we might go. And I think it's fair to recognize that we do recognize that times change, and a strategy which extends over 30 years needs to change in response to pressures that we see. The financial situation, the political situation, the funding situations that were in place in 2022 are not going to be the same in 2050 as they were then. They will be different. Indeed, the funding situations, the political situations that we find ourselves in today, just a few short years later, are different to how they were. So we do recognize that the need for implementation of a plan that extends over this amount of time does need to be responsive to those pressures. And so we've tried to capture that in these 3 different options. So option 1 is to recommit to the existing approved plan and implementation framework that Council endorsed in 2022, 2023. Which is a re-establishment of the commitment to 2050, the net zero targets. It is continuing to advance all the community actions and the corporate actions that are in the plan, and reinstates and supports the required resourcing that was put in place in 2023 to do that. And that would be 3 staff made up of 2 permanent positions, a manager, coordinator, and a contract position as an FTE. If we were to do that as part of the 2027 budget at this point in time, we anticipate that would be an additional investment of about $196,000 over the already approved budgets within the 2026 budget. Option number 2, which is reflective of where we currently sit at this point in time, which would and does have an impact on the net zero target, and we just don't know what that looks like. We haven't had a chance to map that out, but it would be a delay to that net zero target. It would continue to implement the actions and community priorities that are within the plan, but rather than trying to tackle all of them at once, we would be focusing in on specific ones. And staff's particular suggestion would be that if this is the approach that we take through the 2027 budget and going forward, that what we do is we focus very strongly on corporate targets, the corporate work that we as an agency can do. Focus on those corporate targets. What are the things that we have control over that we can change in our operations? So really taking a strong look at things like corporate energy usage, building design, capital infrastructure, and what we have direct control over, and perhaps taking a slightly secondary seat in terms of some of the community actions. That would allow for us to target quite specifically what we can change, while still maintaining the nuance of the plan, not abandoning any actions, but perhaps prioritizing a subset of those over coming years. That would see us have the existing staff allocation of a manager. As Linda says, within the existing 2027 budget, although it was removed in 2026, it was left in the draft 2027 budget. So that would have a permanent coordinator introduced over and above what's in place in 2026, and would continue the grant funded work that we have going on right now, which goes through to April of next year. Because although this is the modified approach, and this is the approach that we're currently on, as I say, that 2027 budget does include a full-time addition. And so that's 114,000, just about a little bit under 115,000 of an operating impact between 2026 and 2027. And that was shown in the numbers that County Council saw in the draft 2027 budgets. We went through the budget process late last year. The third option would be to remove Going Green in grey entirely. This would obviously remove the net zero target, and it would suspend all dedicated efforts, both corporately and community-wide. We would still obviously want to work with departments to seek to maximize our operational efficiency, and increasingly a lot of operational efficiency does tie into objectives which reduce energy usage, look to lower bills, and so on and so forth. And so some of the activities that are in there would continue, but there would be no dedicated focus on trying to advance climate priorities or environmental emissions. There would be no tracking of our GHG emissions under this option, and climate would no longer be a stated objective of the county operations, as the underlying strategy which we currently have that does that would no longer be in place. It would eliminate all dedicated operating and capital change investments, and that would create a net reduction over the 356,000 from 2026 to 2027, or a little under 0.5% would be saved off the draft 2027 budget that you have already seen. So a little over 0.4%, a little less than 0.5% shaved off the 2027 budget. There would be some additional costs in 2026, as this option does create some challenges around staffing. And so there would be the potential for some grant revenue to have to be returned associated with projects that might not be able to be completed. And there would be an associated redundancy and termination costs that would be associated with this option. And so this would be the removal of Going Green and grey. And with that, I'll hand over to Linda just to take us through the last couple of slides.
Thank you, Niall. So in a way, Niall had the easier job in that there are costs that we can estimate around those three different options, but the cost that is very difficult to quantify is the cost of inaction. It is something that we are starting to look at, recognizing that Grey County's actions happen within a network. Obviously, the work that we're doing can only be successful in nested within work from the provincial and federal governments. So we're currently undertaking some analysis of what the costs directly and indirectly to the county would be of not taking action on climate change. We know that the Financial Accountability Office of Ontario has done some estimates specifically around infrastructure costs, looking at different climate projections. So looking at linear engineered infrastructure, so roads, the estimate is that climate change between 2022 and 2030 could be adding up to 15% in terms of maintenance costs, so state of good repair maintenance. And then that escalates up to 23% additional costs between 2031 and 2070, which gives us an estimated annual increase, which is a big number, but not a huge number relative to our overall linear infrastructure costs of an additional almost $5 million a year to 2033. The other interesting thing in the FAO's analysis is that by investing preventatively and keeping our infrastructure climate ready, we can avoid those costs, and it's certainly cheaper to be making those investments in advance. Indirectly, we as a municipality or as a county, as a municipal level of government, deliver services to some of our most vulnerable residents, the very young and the very old, through our early on programming and our long-term care facilities. And these are the folks who are most negatively affected by those extreme heat events that I spoke about earlier, raising from 5 days a year to 38 days a year, and also increasingly wildfire smoke. It's not something we were thinking about a decade ago, but now is a very real part of many people's summer plans. So one of the vulnerable communities for those kind of extreme heat and wildfire issues is our agricultural workers. So there, some of the initial analysis we've been doing around the cost of inaction has identified that we have about 6,500 agricultural workers across Grey County, and that if there's 5 wildfire smoke days per year, as Grey Bruce all last summer, we could be losing up to $1.2 billion in GDP from the agricultural sector. These are estimates, but I think it's just useful as you're weighing the various options to at least hold that there are costs to not taking action as well as costs to investing. So in conclusion, obviously, climate action investments need to be weighed within the reality of limited resources. We recognize that. And as Niall said, things change. The climate change, the literal climate, the political climate, the budget climate changes over time. While it's more complex to estimate the cost of inaction than the direct budget impacts of the Going Green and Grey program, it's worth bearing in mind. And as Niall mentioned, as is indicated in the report itself, as a result of previous direction, unless guided otherwise by council, we will move forward with the modified approach, which was presented through the draft 2027 budget. So with that, thank you. And Niall and I are happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. And the motion on the floor is to receive. The clerk has called my attention to our procedural bylaw here in the county council chamber does not allow for the demonstration of signs and banners in our chamber. So respectfully, I understand, I know rules are different in each and every town hall across the county, but with respect, I would just ask that any signs be lowered for the duration of this. And I appreciate that there's been no attempt to disrupt the discussion, and would just ask that we can follow the bylaws so that it's fair for everyone. Thank you. So with that, it is to receive for information, but Deputy CAO, perhaps you can then just remind us before we go into the discussion, the alternatives that have been provided in there, 1, 2, and 3. It's food for thought for the 2027 budget discussion. What is the timeline? You said that you will take whatever input comes from today's discussion, and that will help guide the staff and what recommendation you bring forth in terms of in the context of the 2027 budget. What is that? What is the next step when we have this discussion about receiving this report?
Thank you, Madam Warden, and thank you for the question. I think the easiest way of answering it is if it's just received for information today, the next step would be bringing back the 2027 draft budget, which we'll be doing over coming months. And that will include the existing resource allocation and the allocation that was approved through the FTE request process in 2026, which is to add an additional contract staff person so that we have a team of 2 to lead the strategy. So that was what County Council saw through the draft 2027 budget and the 2026-2027 budget process. We would be bringing that back. So if the report stands as is today, there would be no change in strategy and direction between now and County Council seeing the budget. If County Council wanted to leave it at that and then make changes at that time, that's reasonable. If County Council wanted to provide guidance to staff through this conversation, then we would build that direction into the budget process, and that's when it would come back.
Okay, thank you. So with that context, I'll open it up to committee of the whole members for discussion. Councillor Mackey.
Thank you, Warden Matrosas. And thank you to my county colleagues for deferring this to today so I could participate in the discussion. Being part of the budget group last year, this was brought forward, I think, at my request. So Linda and Niall, I appreciate all the effort and time that you've put into it. And I can tell you that I really question whether or not, or to what level, the county should be participating. I mean, when I look at the taxes I pay both federally, provincially, and municipally, I'm paying for climate at every level. And I struggled with that for a while. But this report, you know, recognizing all the work that is being done, you know, in Grey County, I like the fact that the modified is the recommendation, or at least what we're going forward with now. So I'm certainly prepared to recommend that we continue on with the modified. What modifications the modified approach would take would be up to next year's budget, which I'm not going to be part of, at least the final approval of it. But I don't want to, you know, tie the hands of any future council. You know, it's going to be a tough budget year. We know that one way or the other. It'll be tough. And what decisions get made will be up to a new mandate. But, you know, looking at the work that we've been doing with retrofitting, you know, with the ag community, I see the benefit of the investment we're making right now. I think our original goals were maybe too lofty. And that's been addressed through the modified. So I don't think we can afford to go back to those original goals. I think we need to revamp that a little bit. And the modified does that, in my opinion. So those are my comments, Madam Warden.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Bordenio.
Thank you, Madam Warden Matrosovs, and good morning, County Council. Thank you for the report. There's a lot of information in here. You know, listening to the presentation and seeing where the needle can be moved, and then being cognizant of the financial implications as we move forward. So the modification model as we're moving forward allows for just prioritization. I see less reduction than I thought there would be in the modified model, as opposed to being able to move forward and having those discussions at the budget time and at the budget level and seeing where that washes out. As you know, as we all have concerns fiscally, but environmentally as well. So my question to, I guess, the Deputy CAO would be, if things remain at the modified level, what information can you bring back for maybe a plus version or enhanced, looking at all the numbers? What do you anticipate showing us or who's ever at the table this coming fall?
So through you, Madam Warden, and thank you for the question, Councillor. So the intention through fall would be, in terms of the budget, would just be a numbers game rather than anything more detailed than that. I think it would be reasonable to say that during the next update, which would probably be under the next term of council, we could identify and articulate what those priority actions would be. But within the conversations that we've had in the modified approach, within the conversations we've had developing this report, our sense is that we really should focus probably on energy as one of the critical next steps. It's one of the biggest pieces that we currently lack some resourcing in. We did start down that journey, but it was one of the resources that was lost. And so if we are supported, if there is support for the modified approach through budget, I strongly suspect that what you'd be seeing is us really starting to focus in on the county's energy usage very, very generally across the whole of the operation of the county. That would be programs within our long-term care buildings. It would be programs within our housing units, as well as things like fleet and so on and so forth. So we'd be very much looking at the sort of the energy uses is where staff's initial thoughts would be in terms of targeting that work, as well as providing, you know, continuing to provide some of that coordinating work between member municipalities to ensure that we're working as efficiently and effectively together as possible towards these targets. But as I say, it would probably take us a little bit of time after we've figured out what that modified approach looks like from a county council perspective to really identify what we would recommend as being those priority actions. And then obviously they would come back to county council for endorsement and approval.
Follow up?
Yes, thank you, Madam Warden. Thank you for that. And then by prioritizing that and looking at actual target goals, you'll be able to bring practical information back for future councils to make a decision based on, we've done this, and this is where the needle has moved based on specific targeting. Is that sort of where you're going with that?
So through you, Madam Warden, yes. I mean, that's one of the other real benefits of energy. Energy is actually really easy to measure, and so it's one of those pieces that we have quite clear controls of both the inputs, and we can measure the outputs. So we can clearly articulate through measuring our energy where investment is made and there's a return on that investment in terms of energy dropping or cost dropping or energy transfer from one source to a lower GHG emitting source. So the data associated to that, which is one of the things we're currently have a bit of a gap in, does mean that that's one of those ones where it's much easier to tell the story of, you put X in, here's Y coming out.
Okay, we'll go to the Deputy Warden.
Thank you, Madam Warden, and thank you, Linda and Niall, for your report. And thank you, Councillor Mackey, for your request to have this brought in front of us. You mentioned that we may have been over ambitious. I would suggest that we can't be ambitious enough. this group has never shied from an ambitious project. Work I do with another organization, I have a passing knowledge of insurance. And if you want to know what's going on in the world in a sense of climate change and how it's changing the risks, you need only look at what the rates for reinsurance or the companies that our local insurance companies buy their insurance from. Companies like Farm Mutual Re and Swiss Re, their rates have skyrocketed in the last number of years, sometimes in over 100% or more. And if you happen to live in a place like Fort McMurray, your insurance rates have gone 300% or more above where they were a number of years ago. So I don't think as a group we can be over ambitious. Whether you pay it on your tax bill for efforts for groups like this to reduce their climate impact, or you pay it through your insurance rates, I think I'd rather pay the rate for prevention rather than reinstatement of lost assets, so to speak. So I think as a group, we should not be under ambitious, and I would be advocating that we go back to the original aspirations of the Grown & Gray initiative. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Kentner.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I will be supporting option 1 because quite simply, it is the most fiscally responsible choice before us. Historically, county investment of less than $200,000 has leveraged over $800,000 in external funding, and that's a 4-to-1 return. In an environment where every dollar matters, that level of leverage is exactly what we should be prioritizing and pursuing. It allows us to bring significant investment into Grey County while minimizing the burden on local taxpayers. So if our goal is to maximize value, maintain budgetary restraint and discipline, and make smart, defensible financial decisions, then option 1 is a clear choice. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll go to Councillor Carleton and then to Councillor Pringle.
Thank you, Warden, and thank you, Niall and Linda, for the report. So at the recent Great Lakes St. Lawrence Cities Initiative conference that I was at, one of the points that really resonated with me there was that we should be applying our decision, when we're doing decisions, we should be applying the viewpoint of what will be the impact of that decision 7 generations out. And I think when we made our original decision to approve the Going Green and Grey plan, our thinking was very much aligned with that thought process. Not implementing the plan feels like thinking of today only and not considering the future needs of the county. So I was very pleased to see an idea of what some of those future impacts cost-wise would be, and that the cost today, taking that out, has a huge impact on down the road on us. The plan is costing us dollars today, but I think that's investing in our future and in future generations. And also the comment made about the people who are most impacted by this are the people who can least afford to do anything about it. I think we need to consider them. And we need that future plan in place for the needs of our children and grandchildren well into the future. Climate change is happening, but it's not just about climate change. It's about doing the right thing now. We look at changing our energy needs from relying on fossil fuels to using like electricity. We look at different heating systems. We need to keep looking for other options that reduce the damage being done to our environment. And I think that's what our original purpose was in approving the Going Green and Grey plan. It was future thinking, and I believe we need to stay on track with that plan. So again, looking at the tens of thousands it may cost us today may save us millions in the future. So thank you. Just my comments.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Councillor Pringle next.
Thank you, Warden. Yeah, gave this a lot of consideration too here, and I'm also in favor of option 1, just for the mere fact that we started this only 4 years ago, and we still got a long way to go in the process to where we're going to end up. I do believe obviously budget deliberations are going to be a big part of this when it comes down to the financial aspect of it all. In the worst case scenario, we got to be option 2, right? We still got to be modified. We can't lose sight of where we're trying to go or want to be as a county council. So I am in favor of option 1. I do believe it's money that's going to be well invested. If I did have a question about option 1, though, when we talk about a manager and a coordinator and then a contract coordinator, excuse me, is there any way, and I'm trying to figure this out, but when you have a manager, a coordinator, and a contract coordinator, you got 3 people. Do you need a coordinator and a manager? Can that not be a dual role? Or is the workload that much that you can't combine? I just was looking for a little clarity. I'm just looking for to save a few dollars if we can at the end of the day, over manager and coordinator being 2 separate roles. Somebody can speak to that.
So through you, Madam Warden, and to you, Councillor Pringle, I think it's fair to say there's a degree of we have staff in place at this point in time, but we continually, not just within the climate change portfolio, but across the corporation holistically, will continually look to see when resourcing can change, how we can make those tweaks and changes to make sure that we get the right people doing the right things at the right time. And as you know, I think I hear the question in terms of making sure the balance between managers and doers is a tough one to get right. But I think it's one of the ones where we can continually keep our eyes on it. We obviously have some staffing in place at this point in time, and as that staffing model shifts, and that's one of the reasons why we firmly believe keeping one of these 2 positions, one of the 3 original positions as a contract position, allows for that agility for us to be able to flex. It also allows for the agility of ensuring that we apply for the right funds to offset as many of these costs as possible. And so the benefit of short-term contract staff is you can have short-term projects that they deliver, and then you see the changeover there. So the management role is a key one within the portfolio as a whole, whether that's a full-time capacity, whether it's a part-time capacity, is something we can continually shift as we go through. So I think I danced around the question a little bit, but hopefully I danced around in a way which gives you some satisfaction.
Okay. We'll go to Councillor Gregg.
Thank you. And I'm just going to open with one question of clarity. There was the slide on page 4, which states 1 position in chart 1 for 2026. But we have a grant funded position that ends in the first quarter next year. The report refers to all sorts of programs that grant funded position is working on. Why is that not reflected in the 2026? Because this is 2026 that I'm sitting in right now. So that's the first question. Why is it missing?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor Gregg. Chart 1 only reflects the county funded staff. So you're absolutely right. There are currently 2 fully grant funded staff also advancing objectives within the climate change plan. But this graph or this chart is solely the county funded roles.
I just think that's important to note, that the actual resources are greater right now than what that chart's showing. I'm going to push back a little bit on some of the information in the report. There's an economic value position to smoke. Last time I checked with the agricultural community, when that work needs done, that work is going to get done. I grew up on a farm and it's a great privilege, but that's the farmer's mentality, and that's the agricultural mentality, is when the sun shines, that's when the work's going. There's certain components in here. I'm going to push back on Councillor Kentner's return on investment. I presume you're referring to a chart which includes $445,600 in the green development standards and $120,000 on home retrofit. Those are programs that either are voluntary that developers have worked in coordination with county staff on creating, which is great if people opt in. But there's an underlying consideration, and people will do what they can afford. And they will change their windows in their house if they can afford it and when they can afford it. They will build to a higher green development standard if they can afford it. Right now, if you talk to realtors out there in the world, what's turning in the real estate market? Price points of 275 to 475. That's what the middle class can afford and get mortgage funding for. What's sitting on the market in a lot of locales is 700, 650 up. People cannot get mortgages for it because it's not proportionate to the level of household incomes that people need to carry that mortgage. That's a simple fact. So I'm going to push back on the return on investment that's been realized over years. I think the modified direction that we're in right now is the way we should be continuing to go. We are responsible for what we can affect, and that's our corporate actions. We do not have control over people's actions outside of the corporation in the community. We would like to think maybe they'll make the right choice, but at the same time, we could have a next report before us here at council, and it's advocating for a new tax class for the town of Blue Mountains. And all the hands go up in the air to support the province creating an expansion of this tax class, which is there to draw thousands of vehicles up to Grey County for weekends or tourism activities, and in doing so, create massive amounts of vehicle emissions. So I struggle with playing the role of hypocrite on one time. And, you know, here's one initiative, we want to do everything we can, and then we flip entirely on the next and we support this next initiative because we call it good for business, or we have a different motivation that supports it. But in effect, they're in conflict with each other. And also it's, you know, I would challenge anyone that is a strong advocate for option one here. But if you come back and you tell me you had a great holiday in Costa Rica, where hydro corridors are being cut through the rainforest, and we're advocating for everything we can do here, but you're telling me how great this travel by plane and your holidays were, I'm also going to push back against what I'm hearing back, because we have to be in it. If we're sincere, it's all of our lifestyle that we have to consider here. So I have an extreme reluctance to go too broad in what I would agree with Councillor Mackey. I think going to too extensively to the communities, we have community groups that can do some of this work for us. And we see that in other initiatives. Volunteer groups are active participants in advocating. And those initiatives should remain. If you're truly passionate about this, then get out there, roll up your arm sleeves and engage with various other parties in the communities. But for now, we should be focused entirely on what we can control, and realize there's a component that we can't control, and realize we do what we can afford in the same way individuals, homeowners, various other people will do what they can afford at their home in terms of improving heat loss, making it more thermal, and reducing utility costs. We don't have control over those people. In fact, we're more injurious at every level of government the more punitive we tax their household, their more monthly mortgage payments, and doing so in taxes. So those are my comments. I'm happy with status option 2 at this time still. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Other discussion? Okay, so I don't see any further hands up. So the motion on the floor is sorry, Councillor Kentner.
Well, I just want to make the point that option, or the most expensive choice that we could possibly make, is to ignore the evidence in front of us. And in Grey County, our agriculture sector is already facing increased pressure from extreme weather. Failing to invest now doesn't really avoid costs. It shifts them into the future in the form of crop losses, infrastructure damage, and economic instability. Option 1 is a relatively modest investment that not only leverages significant external funding, but also helps us to reduce long-term risk. From a fiscal standpoint, acting now is far more responsible than paying more later for the consequences of doing nothing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other further comments? Okay, so the motion that has been moved and seconded that's on the floor is to receive. So if it carries through as received, the carry on is option 2, the way that we're on the current course in terms of budget deliberation. If there's an amendment to the main motion for option 1 or otherwise, I'm going to look to the deputy CAO. It would require an amendment to the main motion. That's what I wanted to say. Okay, so deputy CAO.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Warden. Just to build on the summary that you've just provided, yes, the receipt for information means there's no change tomorrow, but certainly based on the conversation, we could bring back the option 1 as part of the budget deliberations for County Council to look through that budget process. And again, we wouldn't necessarily need a direction. We did bring this report for the conversation. The conversation has been good. And I think the indication is there to help us build a budget which responds to that, but builds in the modified approach, which is the for information, the status quo. And then we could give council that other option if needed. And indeed, through the budget process, explore other options. So yes, just to confirm that if it's just received for information, it's business as usual tomorrow, and the next step would be through the budget process, and we'd be open to council direction at that point.
Okay, so I leave it to our committee, the whole, oh, sorry, Councillor Hutchinson, I'll go to you next, to either carry forward with the recommended motion. There isn't the option to add an amendment in for further direction. Regardless, receiving this report allows staff to put together the options to consider when it comes to the budget process later in the year. Councillor Hutchinson.
Thank you, Madam Warden. So my question is, if we amend it to like option 1, within this fiscal year, there's the 26 budget, which we're in, we change that, that's would have to, because the budget's been approved with what we're currently at. So status quo, just staying where we are and then bringing back option 1 as a for consideration 27. Is that how I'm reading this? Because I think just as we are now, we're going to stay status quo. But to change it or amend it, we have to actually we have to go outside the budget to approve that.
Through you, Warden, as it currently stands, technically based on the way the report's written, and the notion that if this were to be received from information, we could draft the budget as per the modified approach, but that doesn't prevent the council from considering other options at the time of budget considerations. If, however, there is a desire to see us bring forward a draft budget, initial budget, with option 1 considerations in the overall budget, then as the warden previously indicated, that would require an amended motion to be brought forward. And yeah, we'd be happy to help craft that if that were the desire, but it would be also in the realm of for budget considerations. But if the desire from this group is to proceed with option 1, I think the cleanest approach would be to provide that direction. Either way, though, as Niall indicated, those options can still be explored as part of the budget considerations, but having firmer direction, I guess, of what to include in that draft budget, we're open to options and considerations of what this council wants to direct. Right now, technically, we would just draft it as modified approach. Doesn't mean to say that option 1 or option 3 or any combination thereof could still be debated at the time of budget considerations.
Okay, we'll go to Councillor Bordenio.
Thank you, Madam Warden, and through you. Listening to the conversation, I'm more inclined to, we speak by motion, both at the local and at the regional level. So I'm more inclined to put an amendment towards just looking at the options of option 1. And I just did want to address a couple comments from my colleague, especially in relation to the OTA tax class. What that actually does has been around for 23 years, and all that's doing is just a shift of taxes, not inviting more visitors. If anything, it actually gives more heads and beds, so people aren't day tripping. So it will actually have less impact because people won't be driving up and back, you know, like they do for other day tripping activities. I just wanted to address that because it was in the back of my head. But looking at, I would put forth an amendment for option 1 considerations through the budget process and however the clerk would want to word that.
Okay, thank you. So that's moved, and I see it's seconded by Councillor Pringle, moved by Councillor Bourgnon, seconded by Councillor Pringle. The clerk has drafted the wording that would reflect what you've just moved. And so it reads, and it's up there on the screens, it reads that the motion that the main motion be amended to strike out receive for information and insert the second clause being that Grey County Council include in the 2027 draft budget the consideration / funding to maintain the commitment to the adopted net zero by 2050 targets to advance the implementation of the 21 community actions and the 13 corporate actions. This is known as option 1 in report CAOR CW 1526, approved Goyne and Green Gray implementation. So that reflects what you've moved and seconded. Good. Okay. So this is now on the floor for discussion, this amendment. Before we then, before we would then vote on the main motion. Councillor DeBreen.
Thank you, Warden, and great discussion. I just want to clarify because when Deputy CAO Logley was speaking, it was when the 2027 budget comes forward, it would be as modified, but that there would also be option 1 considerations so that we would have all of the information and the ability to compare the, I think we all agree, inaction or eliminating, abandoning is not on the table. But as far as the next budget going forward, we're still continuing with modified for the 2026 budget, and we'll get all of the information for the 2027 budget. This decision is based on what is going to be approved going forward. I just want to clarify that choosing option 1 isn't changing anything this year, and that we're going to get both information, not just option 1.
Deputy CEO.
Through you, Madam Warden. I think we get to the same result in just different pathways. So I think the recommendation, the amended recommendation, which is on the floor, provides clear guidance to staff that what we will be building, if it is supported, what we will build into the base budget assumptions for 2027 would actually see us increasing the staff request from what was in the 2026. But that doesn't preclude any conversation about what coming back to the modified approach would look like through the budget process. And we will certainly be able to articulate that through the business plans that you will see. But if it's supported, it just changes what we put into the base budget. It doesn't change the conversation that can happen during the budget process.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on this amendment? Councillor Gregg?
Would staff be able to present what your projected tax levy increase is at this time? Whether you want to comment on both, there's two budgets, the actual budget and then the tax levy component. I'm not sure if you're prepared to comment on one or both, but that might be helpful at this time. And that's still not including the fact the upper tiers are going to take on the funding of the conservation authorities in the not so distant future, I would presume.
Through you, Warden. All the numbers we would have at this stage would be the 2027 projected budget at that time. I don't have those numbers in front of me, but those obviously were part of the budget discussions when the 2026 budget were approved. We are still working through the budgets as we speak. Each department has been working to draft up the budgets. We'll be reviewing those with the CEO's office and the department heads over the next few weeks. And then we anticipate obviously bringing back a draft budget to this group in the next couple of months. So probably August, September, we're targeting in terms of starting to bring forward some of those numbers. So we don't have the full picture at this stage in terms of the numbers, other than what we had in the 2027 projected budget in terms of levy contribution. I don't know if Director Spicer or anyone has some of those numbers at their fingertips, but that's all we would have at this stage to identify. We know, as you've highlighted a couple pressures, that there's going to be likely some increases to those 2027 projections based on some other changes that have happened throughout the year. So that's, but we're still working through those numbers as we speak.
Director Spicer, did you want to add anything?
Thank you, Madam Warden. And as CAO Schertzer commented, the 2026 tax levy was $83,951,800. The 2027 projection is $91,275,200, which is an increase of just over $7.3 million. And as we know, there's been a number of things that have changed since we came up with our estimates for the 2027 budget. And we're working with departments to come up with numbers that we're going to be happy to present to you later.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments? Okay, so voting on the amendment that's been put forth, moved and seconded, all those in favor of the amendment? And those opposed to the amendment? Okay, we just wanted to double check our count. That motion is carried, so the amendment will now go to the main motion. So now we will vote on the main motion. We're just double checking our numbers as we have a few absences. Our normal numbers are not here. Okay, while the clerks are pulling up the main motion revised, I'll look to Councillor Mackey.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Just wondering if we could have a recorded vote, please.
Okay, so there's a request for a recorded vote on the amendment to the main motion, Madam Clerk? Or is that for the main motion? The amendment? Okay, the clerk will set that up. There will be a break after this. Did not anticipate the length of time when we were coming up a little short on the break time. Lunch is not until 12:30.
Thank you. So just to confirm, this is for the amendment, the one that was just voted on. Correct. Okay, great. So Councillor Mack. Repeat it. Councillor Mackey is opposed. Councillor McKay is absent. Councillor Carlton. In favor. Councillor Pringle. In favor. Councillor McQueen is opposed. Councillor Nielsen is absent. Councillor Patterson. Opposed. Councillor Dickert is absent. Councillor Kentner. In favor. Councillor Keaveney. Opposed. Councillor Body. Opposed. Councillor Gregg. Opposed. Councillor Milne.
In favor.
In favor. Councillor DeBreen. In favor. Warden Matrosovs.
In favor.
In favor. Councillor Bourdignon. In favor. Councillor Eccles. I will wait.
Just vote by hand. In favor.
In favor. Counselor Tom Hutchinson
In favor.
in favor. Thank you, and that motion carries 50-35.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. So we will now move to we are now going to vote on the main motion as it's been amended. So Madam Clerk, if you can have the main motion up, just so everybody's clear on the way it reads, although it's very similar to what we've just looked at. So while that's coming up, we're back to any further discussion on the main motion as amended. Councillor McQueen.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I was thinking that maybe this motion could be deferred to our next council meeting, only from a certain part. It was deferred from the last meeting of an individual that wasn't here. We have 3 individuals that are missing, which is a normal amount. Normal county councils, we have full slate. So I would move an amendment that this motion be deferred to the next county council meeting.
Okay, so there's a motion to defer. Before I look for a seconder, Madam Clerk, this is committee of the whole. So at the time of the approval of the minutes, it could be pulled for further discussion, correct? So if an absent member so wished to, they could pull it at the council meeting that we'll all be at, and we could enter into discussion at that point in time. Is there a seconder to defer? Okay, I am not seeing any hands to defer, a seconder to defer, so we'll need to leave that, Councillor McQueen. Okay, so in which case then, any further discussion on the main motion as it's been amended? Okay, and I will then ask for a show of hands then. All those in favor? Okay, and those opposed? Okay, so that motion is carried. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone, for your patience. We are at 12 o'clock, coming up to 12 o'clock. If we could reconvene at 12:30, no, lunch is 12:30. If we could reconvene tightly at 12:10 to carry on and get as much business as we can before we do choose our lunch break. It's a cold lunch, so we have a little bit of waving room there from 12:30, but we do have closed session items, etc. So we'll need to take a break at this time. Thank you. Could I please invite our committee, the whole members back to the horseshoe as we are approaching 10 after? Okay, we have the go-ahead from technology that we can proceed. So we are going to move on to the next item, and then I'm just going to keep watching to see how we are when we get to the lunch window, so that we can have enough time so we can be careful that we don't end up thinking that we're going to be almost done, and then it turns out we're not almost done. So I want to be conscious of that. So let's move ahead then with item 7B. It's recommended that report TRCW 2626 regarding outcomes of the May 26 Urban Road and Roads Exchange Task Force meeting be received for information. So this is just to receive for information this update report. May I ask for a mover and a seconder? Got it moved by Councillor Mackey, seconded by Councillor Eccles. It's now on the floor for an introduction from Director Hoy.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Warden. I got bumped into Scott's spot here somehow. Had to put that in there. So this is a report. Why am I here? So report is received for information. Hopefully not another report with a bunch of options that I don't want you to vote on. But anyway, it's a summary of all the good information and thoughts gathered at the last task force meeting. So the task force meeting on May 26th, we also held a workshop prior for the Roads Exchange Task Force, and a lot of staff members there. So pretty much everybody brought like a public works type person with good knowledge of the assets, and then typically a financial person as well, except Georgian Bluffs. They only need to send the mayor because she knows all that stuff already. But it was a really good meeting at Sydenham, and a good chance to talk with everybody. Because this has gone back so long, this task force, as we all know, and the Roads Exchange coming out of the Master Transportation Plan. But a lot of the people don't necessarily know all the process that has gone on. Like it's been a bit of a long haul, but if you just read the TMP and then tried to rationalize it with where the proposals are at now, it's hard to kind of justify how they got there. So it was good to meet with everybody and talk about all those options. And I would say that when you look at even our initial proposal as far as the funding goes, it has come a long way since then. And that really is because of the municipal staff feedback. They've been very good to really delve into all the intricacies and the scenarios and that type of thing. So I wanted to just thank all the municipal staff members. They reviewed the pre-work material, in many cases submitted a written summary, and all our finance staff who has, been working through these scenarios. And as time marches on, things, the prices go up. There's other years falling off, and jobs that kind of are in the door that we do and then add on. So there is a lot of kind of ongoing number crunching going on. So I just wanted to make a quick explanation of the versions A, B, and C. So I did want to mention first on the page 4, I guess, of the report, you will see that version on the chart. It says version A was the $29 million, which is not really, it's not totally the right number. We had gone from kind of 24 million to 30 by March for the version A, which was our initial kind of slightly modified over time with the task force option. So if you look into the transition funding spreadsheet, which is kind of the bigger link of the 3 spreadsheets, there was a number of $37 million in there. And that 37 million was assuming that we would get a 7.32% increase to our budget, which is that 2.55 asset management plan and the 2% inflation, of which we get 80% of the 2.55. So that number can range anywhere from 37 million. If county council decided all the increases are 0, that number would be 23 million. So that was the original assumption in version A, that the municipalities would get what we get at the county. So that's kind of where that number is right now, that somewhere around 30 million, 23, 37, I guess 37 if we keep getting what we recommend for our assets. And the other thing I just did want to mention about some of the changes. There has been changes all the way along in lane kilometers, for example. Something like the Eddie Sargent, it's 4 lanes, which is not twice as much as a 2-lane road, but it's definitely more. So there's been kind of refinements to our modeling that way. Some of the tapering over time. At one point, the Urban Transition Fund was tapered out to 0 over 5 years. Now that continues on. So that's where it does get quite tricky to look through all the numbers. So what we recommended at the task force was version B, which includes a guarantee of 2.5%. That was kind of pretty much unanimous with the municipalities. They just don't, the whole, you'll get what we get is it makes people a little uncomfortable. You don't know what funding is coming. And we're not much different with, OSIF and gas tax. You don't know, well, not gas, CCDF, I guess, but you don't know exactly what you're getting. So the municipalities really feel like in order to figure out how they're going to do some of this urban work, they really want an increase in transition or a guaranteed increase. Also, there was a lot of discussion about traffic signals because they can be, unique. A lot of municipalities don't have a lot of expertise with them. Ourselves, we're under our own sounds contract every year. So that was kind of something that's brought into version B, was just something for traffic signals because they are new to a lot of municipalities. We talked about transferring the DCs. They're in the version B that was recommended at committee or at the task force. So of course now you'll see Scott's report later. No one knows exactly where DCs are going. Again, this would be based on money already collected. So whether that leaves us short in the future, I'm not going to get into here. But and then there's the 4 projects that are new timing. The bridge in Clarksburg, and there's a few others where it just happens that we're right at the cusp of the project going, and we're kind of across budget years. And so some of them that are due, we wouldn't just leave somebody holding with an imminent project. So we also brought forward the task force a bunch of other options, which we'd call, I guess, version C. There you're up to that's sort of the Cadillac, a lot of them. Municipal staff, of course, liked this version because it's the most money, which totally makes sense. I'd probably pick the same thing. That's a guaranteed 7% increase. So that really, if we got what we like to recommend every year with the asset management plan and inflation, that would be fine. It just transfers some more risk to us, to the county. It really doesn't cost you anymore. If we get 7.32, for example, the guaranteed 7 would be fine. But if all of a sudden the county council decided we're getting 0 and we're committed to give a guaranteed 7, that is where the risk lies for the county. And then we also talked about surface replacement at the task force. So that was maybe doing some paving, that roads that hadn't been done, in the last 10 years. And there's some support for that, but people see, okay, so you're paving a road, but you might not be doing the underground. There is some upside to buying time there. But again, unless you go road by road and figure out exactly what that is, there is some issues there. Are we spending the money the best way possible by paving a road but not doing the underground, which in many cases, the underground is the real problem. So, and then on page 6 of the report, there's some other items that were brought up to the task force because, we put it out there. What else do you think? And there was kind of some additional roads people thought about. There was just a whole kind of a laundry list of other things that people are thinking about, which aren't really in any of these 3 options. So we're just putting them out there. Just because that came out of the task force. So as I said, this is kind of the summary report. It's just to get people thinking about the options, and the minutes from the task force will be coming June 25th. So I don't think I need to go into too much more detail. I'm ready to answer questions, but there's a lot of data in there, and if you start diving into links, you'll see even more. So I'm sure the staff, your staff is probably hard at it, as they always are, and we're just bringing this forward for information this time.
Okay, thank you very much, Director Hoy. And yes, it was a very fruitful day to have everybody there in the room. But as you said, we can't underscore enough that there's been lots of dialogue going between county staff and town staff for all of the lower tiers. And we as mayors and deputy mayors have been sitting in on those conversations along the way too. So lots of individual conversations going on. This was the opportunity to have everybody in the room together, which was very beneficial. It produced so much information that I think it was wise to bring this report forward so that we can actually see a digest of some of the conversations. It allows the lower tiers to look at each other's responses as well, and also allows for some time for reflection before we consider the minutes, which will be coming in the next cycle. So as it stands, this is just to give us a touch point of where we are in the process. So with that, and did you have any other further comments? You're nodding your head? No? Okay. Okay. He says exactly what I said. Okay. So with that, I'll put it out to members of the committee of the whole for any questions or comments. Okay. Not seeing any. All right. In that case, then we have it moved and seconded. It is already on the floor, so I'll call the vote. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you very much, Director Hoy. And that means that you're off the just before lunch spot. I get to call another one in. Who's the next lucky individual to come on down? Okay, so we will move on then to item 7C, and that is recommended that report PDR CW 2226 be received, and that the county's nuisance beaver compensation program authorized through bylaws 327491 and 411404 and the county's coyote/wolf predation compensation program be authorized through bylaws 333292 and 464510 be discontinued, and that bylaws 327491 and 333292 be repealed effective January 1st, 2027, and that county staff be directed to inform municipalities, farmers, and trappers of this change, including ensuring all claims are submitted by December 31st, 2026, and that county staff be directed to focus on education for non-lethal methods of nuisance animal control in partnership where feasible with the agricultural community, First Nations, Métis, conservation bodies, landowners, and municipalities. May I ask for a mover and a seconder? It's moved by Councillor Hutchison, seconded by Councillor Keaveney. It's now on the floor for discussion. So welcome, Coordinator Johnson. The lectern is yours.
Good morning. I don't know if I want to be in this hot seat right before lunch, but thank you very much. Thank you, Council. This morning, I just wanted to provide an update on the beaver and coyote compensation bylaws, including our findings as it relates to the consultation and the research that we have done over the last year and a half since we brought this forward to committee. Oh, I didn't go right into the, sorry, got excited there. It's a riveting. Yeah. Oh, there it is. Okay. Good. All right. And now it is not showing up. Okay, there it is. All right. So a little bit of background here just to refresh everybody's memory. Committee may recall that this report originated from a request that was received in October 2024 through correspondence. The request was to increase the amount of compensation for both of the bylaws as they do not adequately reflect the cost of trapping and hunting today, and because they hadn't been updated in a very long time. As you saw in the resolution, the last update to the beaver bylaw was 92 or 94, I can't recall. And the beaver bylaw was 2004, or sorry, the coyote bylaw was 2004. In January last year, a report was presented to committee and direction was given to look into both of the bylaws. Staff began consultation and held an open house in April and a formal public meeting in May. And there was a commenting period after those public meetings. And as a result of comments and information received, staff did additional research regarding each of the programs. Update reports and discussions were also had with the county's agricultural advisory committee, both last year and early this year. So what did we hear? We heard many passionate and educated comments, both in support and in opposition to the bylaws. Comments that were received were relatively equally split in support of the programs versus not in support of them. This wasn't as apparent to anyone that may have watched those minutes or those meetings afterwards, as there was a strong representation of support at both of those meetings. At the public meeting. But those in support that attended those meetings and that provided comments saw significant importance in having a tool to assist in the management of the problem animals. Others spoke about the cost and efficacy of the non-lethal control methods, as well as the impact the bylaws had on farmers, livestock, and trappers. The need for updates to the bylaws was also raised by many. The Ag Advisory Committee was generally in support of keeping the bylaws with some administrative updates. Staff note that trappers spoke to the need for both of the bylaws to be updated and to remain in place, while farmers were generally more concerned with the coyote bylaw and had much less comments on the beaver bylaw. Those that did not support indicated that lethal control methods were ineffective, inhumane, and unnecessary, given that there was other technologies and non-lethal control methods available. In addition, staff heard about the environmental impacts of removing beavers and coyotes, and staff heard about lethal control methods that they could actually cause increase in population of the nuisance animals. Staff also did research which concluded that lethal control methods may have a long-term negative effect on population control. As part of our research, we've also reached out to the Ministry of Natural Resources and the Ontario Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Agribusiness. So what are the administrative updates that we are looking at? If council does direct that the bylaws remain in place, there are administrative changes that need to be completed. Staff are proposing to increase the reimbursement rates starting at $40 per beaver and $100 per coyote. This would be indexed each year based on the consumer price index. Staff are also proposing to remove compensation where a claim was for municipal, county, provincial, or federal lands. As noted in my report, trappers are paid for their work by the counties and other agencies, providing the bounty would be paying for the same job twice using public funds. This change primarily would only impact the beaver bylaw, as generally the coyote bylaw does not cover public lands. Other changes include updating the bylaw so that the hunter or trapper doesn't have to be a resident of Grey County. You just need to have hunted or trapped the animal within the county boundary. Staff are proposing to remove forms as a schedule to each of the bylaws, allowing the forms to be updated without the need for an amendment. And in addition to that, to improve service delivery, the intent is to create an online submission for the applications, which will ensure better record keeping and service delivery by the county. Finally, the other significant change that is being proposed is the submission of the forms, as mentioned above. The intent is to move to an online submission format, which will include photo verification and essentially remove the need for the lower tier to collect those body parts or sign off on them. This will not eliminate the need for the livestock evaluator to confirm the kill with a coyote claim. So outlined in my report, you will see a number of options. We did struggle with making recommendation on the bylaws, as there were good points raised both in favor and in opposition of the bylaws. Staff also realized that the importance of the agricultural and healthy and having a healthy natural environment and what that means to the county. Based on consultations and research completed, staff are noting that there are 4 options that could be considered regarding the bylaws. The first option is to repeal the bylaws. This is our staff recommendation, as we saw, and this is as a result of the research indicating that lethal methods have actually been proven to have the opposite effect of the bylaws intent. It causes stress on the population and causes increased litter sizes. Staff proposed that in consultation with this option, that the county would increase educational materials on non-lethal control methods. This recommendation also doesn't remove any hunting or trapping rights. It simply removes a secondary compensation beyond what is charged by the trapper or hunter for their work. The second option is to update both of the bylaws with the necessary administrative updates and increased reimbursement fees. As part of this option, staff are proposing the necessary updates that we just covered in the last slide, as well as increasing the reimbursement rates with $40 per beaver and $100 per coyote indexed each year based on CPI. Similar to the first option, education on non-lethal control methods would also be an inclusion with this option. The third option is to repeal the beaver bylaw and update the coyote bylaw with the necessary administrative updates and increased reimbursement. Similar to the second option, we're also recommending that education piece as well. And then the fourth option is to do nothing and keep the bylaws status quo. And at this time, staff are not recommending that option. It's important to note that regardless of the decision that that is made today, it does not eliminate the ability for the landowner to protect their property or livestock, including the hiring of hunters or trappers to protect their properties. If the bylaws are removed, it simply eliminates a fee paid, which would be in addition to whatever the hunter or trapper would charge for their service. The county, as noted, hires trappers from time to trap nuisance beavers impacting county land or infrastructure, and a fee is paid for their service. Other public bodies, such as municipalities, do the same. It's also worth noting that the removal of the bylaw would result in some cases the landowner having to pay more for hiring a hunter or trapper for this service. Many trappers do not charge or charge minimally and these prices could increase for a landowner. One thing that staff did hear through this process is that some landowners are reluctant to pay for hunting and trapping services, and this is based on the belief that they are duly compensated through the bounties and the sale of the pelts, which has been very clearly demonstrated throughout this process that the cost of pelts is very minimal right now. The county also is not legislatively required to maintain nuisance animal bylaws, and many other counties and municipalities have moved away from these bylaws. Should the Committee of the Whole direct staff to update the bylaws, then finalized versions will come back to County Council with the changes highlighted in this report. Should Council approve these bylaws, staff are recommending an effective date of January 1st, 2027. Just to help us understand a little bit more of the financial side of things in relation to these bylaws, there is currently a budget of $30,000 for compensation for both of these bylaws, $15,000 for beavers and $15,000 for coyotes. In my report, I had two tables under the financial section. The first table speaks to the annual amount that was spent on beavers and coyotes from 2013 to 2025. The average being paid in a year for beavers was just around the $12,000 mark, and for coyotes, it was around $8,200. Now, these are averages, obviously, and in the case year by year, they do vary significantly. The second table that I wanted to highlight shows the annual amount of beaver claims that are on private lands versus public lands. This is from the year 2020 to 2025, and it averages to be about half of the claims being on public lands. As noted earlier, staff are proposing to remove claims for public lands to eliminate public funds paying for a service twice. If council selects the first option, staff are recommending allocating $15,000 for education in the 2027 budget considerations. Staff may, similar funding may be appropriate for options B or C. Annual education costs may decrease in the future years once initial materials and programs have been established. With regards to the second and third options, or options B and C, staff calculated that the increase would have been based on, or staff calculated what the increase would have been based on the last time compensation was changed for each bylaw as it relates to the consumer price index. And that's how we landed at the $40 for beavers and $100 for coyotes. And as noted, it's recommended that as going forward, it's updated annually as part of the fees and services bylaw based on CPI. So staff have not arrived at this recommendation in this report without a lot of serious thought and research. We have heard firsthand from trappers, farmers, landowners, municipal staff, First Nation staff, and provincial ministry staff. And not only about the pros and cons of the bylaws, but also the impact on people's financial livelihoods, mental health, and the environment. With any of the options recommended in the report, there are going to be impacts and people or groups potentially disagreeing with both the staff recommendation and council's ultimate decision. Ultimately, staff are recommending the first option, which is highlighted here, which is to repeal both of the bylaws and focus on education. This is based on the long-term goal of nuisance animal abatement. Should council wish to support any of the other options, then the motion should be amended accordingly. And that's all I had today, but I am happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. So with that then, I'm going to go to Director Taylor before we open it up to committee of the whole.
Sorry, thank you, Madam Warden. So I just want to, build on some of the points that Sarah raised, because this was a tough one. The original direction from County Council came because we were investigating the bylaws based on the need to look at the fees. And we did a robust consultation and investigation here. But I realize that this recommendation may come as a shock to some members of council and certainly some members of the community, whether you're in agriculture or a farm or trapper or anywhere else, in that the recommendation is to repeal the bylaws. As Sarah's noted, we have provided those options for council. Certainly happy to take any and all direction from council, and maybe there's a further option we haven't considered that council would like us to investigate further or look into. But as Sarah's noted, this is a challenging one in the community, and there's going to be people that are challenged by this recommendation and decision. I was telling Sarah this morning, I spent 10 years of my life on a sheep farm, and certainly when you were that first one to come upon a coyote attack, it was traumatic. It was obviously traumatic on the animal, but traumatic on the farmers. And this has been a tough one, and we heard very, very passionate and good points on both sides. So I just want to underscore that Sarah's done a wonderful job in going through this consultation, going through this exercise, but also that staff are happy to take any direction from council, and whether there's direction here today or whether there's further discussion at another date, we're happy to build on council's vision in this regard.
Okay, thank you. And the motion that is on the floor is based on the staff recommendation to repeal. So with that, I'll put it out to committee of the whole members for discussion. We'll go with Councillor Mackey first.
Thank you, Madam Warden. In shock probably does describe when I read this report, Scott. Sitting through the public meetings, I didn't see how we'd end up at this point. And, we were asked to bring back, I remember the gentleman being here looking at an increase in fees, and here we have a report saying we get rid of the bylaws altogether. So anyways, in speaking with certainly the rural community and the farmers in my neck of the woods, I haven't heard any support for non-lethal ways of getting rid of coyotes or beavers. So I would like to amend the motion to support option B, with the compensation that is equivalent to what's in Bruce County right now, because of our geographic proximity with Bruce County. If we're not at the same level that Bruce County is, there'll be Grey County coyotes that end up on the Bruce County roll, likely because of the proximity to the county line. So being at the same level as Bruce County, I think makes sense. I think it makes sense that it's indexed. I do question in the report, around the verification of the kill, why that is necessary. Any coyote that's out there is looking for a meal, and if we can preempt, them taking livestock, I think we should be doing that. Having to rely on a kill, just involves a lot of other, the livestock evaluator is needed for the federal or the provincial compensation, but for our bounty, I'm not sure that it should be required if we were trying to eliminate the number of potential animals that are causing harm to us. So those are my comments, Madam Warden, and I'll certainly be supporting option B.
Okay, so an amendment to the main motion has been moved and seconded, moved by Councillor Mackey, and who seconded it? It's seconded by Councillor McQueen. So the amendment to the main motion would be, you said it's called option B? Yes, option B. So we'll let the clerk put that up on the screen while we continue. There was a bit of a question, I think, in Councillor Mackey's. Did you want to respond to anything in Councillor Mackey's comment?
There Well, yeah, sure. Thank you through you, Warden. You're right. At those public meetings, there was not a representation of the opposition that we did receive. It was more through the commenting period that we did hear those comments that were not in support of it, of the programs. And when we did go through the comments that we had received, it was about a 50-48 split, and 52 was in support of the program and 48 was in support of the removal of that.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go to Councillor McQueen next.
So just some clarity, Councillor Mackey did indicate the same as the county of Bruce, which is not what's recommended at 40 and 100, that's 50 and 100. So I think that needs to be clarified. And I agree exactly with Councillor Mackey in the sense that when they go out and hunt those coyotes, they don't stay on the farm maybe where the kill is, but they could be 2 farms beside it, but they still were the guilty ones. So I think that part needs to be changed. And I think that's maybe what you were asking, some sort of clarity there for the mover. So I would say that should be changed, that it shouldn't have to be or determining on that particular spot where it was killed. I tell you, I think a particular person that spoke at that public meeting was Howard Gregg, and he made an important part. Now, he's a sheep farmer, he used to be a cattle farmer. The important point he made is the provincial compensation only covers you if you find the carcass. There's a lot of carcasses go missing that you never find. And I guess in the sense of if you could educate a coyote not to eat a sheep or a cattle beast, I think that would be great, but I'm not sure how that works on the education part, and it is an emotional thing, and it is, tough. Agriculture is the #1 industry in Grey County, which we should be supporting. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Before we go further into discussion, I just want to make sure that what we have as the motion is reflecting what it is that you're moving. It is option B, but the clerk was noting some of the other paragraphs didn't make sense if that's the case, if we go for option B. So she's just trying to clean up the wording for you. And also there was reference to Bruce County as well, using the compensation rates of Bruce County, which wasn't necessarily spelled out in the report. So if that's your intention as the mover and seconder, we should make sure the wording is the way you believe it should go before I have any further discussion on the floor. So just give Councillor Mackey a chance to read, and oh, it's not on the screen yet. Okay. Okay, the top of page 3 does refer to. We'll just give the clerks a moment to be able to do this task. Okay, see, look at that. Director Taylor's come up to the lectern now because he realizes it's just before lunch. Let me hear from staff, then I'm going to go back to the mover and seconder to confirm if this is the way that you're moving things. So go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Feels familiar. I did just want to flag and thank you for the discussion to date and for your comments, Councillor McQueen and Councillor Mackey. The numbers in the report in terms of the historical claims and everything else for the coyotes were based on having a livestock attack. And so I wanted to flag for council's benefit that should we go to a system where a livestock attack and the livestock evaluator is no longer needed for the coyotes, we could see a dramatic spike in coyote claims, which would be a budgetary impact. Again, certainly happy to take direction from staff or from council, sorry. But that was one of the things we debated about heavily amongst staff was that notion of, as Councillor McQueen pointed out, that former Warden Greg had noted that, you know, if you don't have a carcass, then you can't make that claim. But if we don't require the livestock evaluator, then it becomes, if you like, sort of an open season on all coyotes, and you know, we don't really know what the impact would be from a budgetary perspective in that regard.
Okay, thank you. So now I'll return to the mover and ask if what you see on the screen is what you intend.
Thank you, Warden. I think some of the fine details can get worked out when the report comes back to us. But continuing on with the bounty for both beavers and for coyotes is what I am supporting, as well as compensation rates that are equal to Bruce County's indexed over time. So I think this is reflective of what we're trying to get to. Some of the other discussions that we had about whether there needs to be a verified kill, I think those can take place when the bylaw comes back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just confirm with the seconder. Is that the way you intend to second?
I do, but I do have some comments about the verified kill, but I can wait till other comments come on to the motions here.
Okay, thank you. So it is moved and seconded. This is an amendment to the main motion. I better read it out for the benefit of the record. That the PDR CW 20-26 be received, and that's, oh, sorry. Oh, wait, sorry. She's got a different one here for me. Okay. Well, you highlighted that one, so I'm good at following your direction. Okay. So what we are looking at right now is the amendment to the main motion, and it reads, what we are considering voting on is that the motion be amended to strike out the second and third clauses and insert the following two in their place. Number one, that staff be directed to prepare an updated nuisance beaver compensation bylaw, as well as an updated coyote/wolf predation bylaw based on the considerations outlined in this report for county council's consideration, and that the county's fees and services bylaw 509020 be updated to reflect the compensation rates of Bruce County for coyote or wolf. Okay. Oh, yes. As the mover, Councillor Mackey. Sorry, that last line reads beaver, coyote, or wolf. Okay, so it's on the floor for discussion. We're going to go to Councillor Body, and I will make sure that I'll return to Councillor McQueen that had a further comment as well. Councillor Body?
Perhaps a lawyer hat on over polishing the stone, but I wonder if we want to put in the current compensation rates, just so we don't give the impression that we're going to track Bruce County forever.
Okay, I think that's all we really have to go. Yeah, I see your point. So that doesn't disturb the mover or the seconder to put current, the word current.
Thank you, Ward. No, I don't mind current being added to that, as long, and maybe adding, I think the report talks about index to inflation. So maybe adding the index to inflation part in there also, please.
Okay, I did hear you refer to that verbally, so I will take that as part of your motion, and I don't see any objection by the seconder. Okay, so Councillor Body, there's the response that we're putting in place there. Councillor, we'll go to Councillor McQueen, who had a further comment, and then I'm going to go to Councillor Dobreen after that. Okay, he's deferring to Councillor Dobreen first.
Thank you. And through you, when in the first clause of the amendment, it indicates, as outlined in the report, there was information in the report that the county shouldn't be paying twice. on public lands, coyotes and beavers trapped or dispatched on public lands. I'm expecting that we will have that come back in the proposed bylaws, that we can have further discussion. I am in support of the compensation increase on private lands. I have a question, and I likely, through you, Warden, that this will come back in the proposed bylaw, because it does say, as outlined in this report, that the electronic submission of evidence of beaver or coyote, how I would hope that there is some means of verification that the use of photographs are not being duplicated in order to receive additional compensation. We don't want this to, blow up and become an expense, and this is all going to be effective in 2027. So I as long as that is the considerations outlined in this report, that all of those will come back for further discussion. I can attest, while it wasn't a sheep or a calf, we recently had a very large coyote on our property, and evidence of this spring's fawn taken. So it is, it is emotional, because and I can imagine that farmers who get attached to calves and livestock and sheep. So I'm in support of making sure that we have something in place for private lands and farmers, and that it's very clear that none of this precludes them from pursuing other technologies that will protect their livestock as well.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any further hands up. Oh, we'll go to Councillor Gregg, and then I'll go back over to the seconder.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'd just like to note my fulsome support for the motion that's presented on the screen at this point. It's been said to me, there's farmers in the peninsula, if you're not aware of the issue, have calves killed by coyotes before the cow even reaches its feet again. You can only kill the same coyote once. So that I live close to downtown Owen Sound, and my night camera that catches the coyotes cruising through my yard. I think this is a good direction at this time to move forward with. I don't support doing a lot of outreach and education to the Agricultural Society. They are very informed through a multitude of various mediums, the Rural Voice, Ontario Farmer. There's a plethora of different information sources that advise farmers on avenues and opportunities for handling the issue. So totally in agreement. In reading the report, and thanks, Sarah, there was one note, just wanted to thank staff. I'd reached out about the public comments. It was indicated in the response back to me that there was 58% of the public comments in support of continuing the bylaws with potential refinements, and 42% wanting the bylaws to be repealed. Just a little point of clarification there. I have the same concern as Councillor DeBreen in terms of potentially being able to manipulate the photo. Why can't the municipal offices just take the ear? I don't understand that. Just take the ear and dispose of it. At my business, I have to clean dog excrement off my sidewalks on a routine basis. When I read the report, this just sounded like we don't want to do it. Ew. It's not going to bite anyone at that point. Can you just inform me, we're increasing the rates because costs of the trappers and hunters has increased over time. So we're responding to the fact that they have to travel with the ear for verification. So I get it. Well, let's use technology, but I'm worried about technology being able to be manipulated. Everybody hopefully would have good intentions, but why leave the door open? Why leave the door open and just not have them take it to a municipal office and then be disposed of?
Through you, Warden. Part of it was that we had heard from the municipalities that they didn't want that extra step in there. But the other piece of it And we did discuss about the potential of it being misused. But through this process, we actually learned that some municipal offices don't even actually keep them when they're presented with them. So there is still the possibility of misuse in that case as well, with the formal presentation of the body parts. The other part that we heard was the actual fact that we had to use body parts as a verification of a kill. And so we were trying to find a medium ground that would work. Certainly, if it's the direction of council, we can reevaluate the permitting system in some capacity. It was more, we were trying to streamline things so that we had better record keeping, that we had a more efficient way for people to present, that they didn't even have to come to the municipal offices and they could just submit everything online. So that was the rationale that staff had approached with that.
Okay. Seeing no other hands, I'm going to return to Councillor McQueen.
Thank you, Madam Warden. And I do have, I think we all received a letter from the Grey County beef farmers that sent it out a few weeks back. Just up note of that, they just had their annual beef dinner. I think it was just under 500 people attended that in Rockland. Just as a note of, and it's been growing. I do have a letter here from the beef farmers of Ontario, and there's a couple paragraphs I do want to read out for the public record. Coyotes and wolves remain a persistent and growing threat to the local beef farmers, who face not only the economic impact, but the operational stress due to the ongoing livestock losses. Beyond the impact on producers, the financial burden is increasingly shifted to the Ontario government through the Ontario Wildlife Damage Compensation Program, which does compensate, but there is only one taxpayer, which continues to pay out substantial amounts each year to cover verified losses. According to the recent data from the OWDCP, Grey County continues to rank among the highest in Ontario for instances of livestock predation from coyotes. In 2022 to 2023, 26 head of cattle were lost to coyote predation, resulting in $25,350,000 loss compensation claims. In 2023-24, this number increased to 33 cattle with losses totaling $45,000. Notably, in 2023-2024, Grey County reported the highest overall loss of livestock due to coyote attacks of any county in the province. 215 animals were killed with a total value of $96,436. These figures reinforce the reality that predation remains a significant and ongoing threat. Hunter financial compensation is an important tool in migration of impact of predator populations, helping to reduce losses and maintain the balance between wildlife conservation and agricultural sustainability. Given the ongoing severity of issues in Grey County, we believe that there is a clear and compelling case not only to maintain the program at its currently exists, but also to consider enhancements such as increasing the compensating rates for hunters and trappers who participate in predator control efforts. And this, it goes on to a few other paragraphs I will not repeat, but it's signed by Craig McLaughlin, president of the Grey County Beef Farmers Association, of the Ontario Beef Farmers Association. It was CC to the Grey County Beef Farmers. I do have, there's a lot of inputs in the other letter that we received that reinforces, I think, what we're talking about today, but being it's close to lunch, I'll leave it at that. But I think there's a lot of support to where we're going today.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, so we are voting on the amendment to the main motion. The amendment to the main motion. All those in favor? And that is approved. Okay, so with that, then we're going to look at the main motion now as it's been amended. Sorry, Councillor Dobreen.
I did mean to mention that the final clause be directed to focus on education for non-lethal methods of nuisance by incorporating the amendment, we are no longer focusing solely on education, but I don't think it precludes us from encouraging education. So I'm wondering if that clause still applies.
Okay, since this was presented not just purely as option B, but a modified version of it, the clerk and I had discussed whether or not that was supposed to be in there. I'll just look to staff to say, what can we do about, if this motion passes the way it's worded, does it prevent you from offering that education, whether the agricultural community needs it or not, because they're already very aware of the practices? What kind of dialogue can be continued on that note?
I think we can continue on with our intent to work with our partners in any way possible and continue on in education that way. That's the intent, I think.
Okay, thank you. And we'll go to Councillor McQueen.
Thank you, Madam Warden, County Council. I think it is important to what some of those education things are. Like, I think back, maybe good fences, but electric fence, are they, you gotta have a fence, you could go with the chain link fence, but I don't know if all beef farmers in Grey County could afford a chain link fence around their outside of their farm. And there's other things about the sheep farmers, they put them in at night if it's possible and stuff like that. But I think that it would be good to know what those educational things are, if they make sense. The other thing is, I think it should be noted to this main motion is there are just recently reports, and it's interesting what Councillor Gregg has said in Owen Sound, that you've heard the news, way down into the urban part of Toronto, kids are getting bit. Just even this morning, a kid got scratched by a coyote. So we talk about, this goes back to the part of only if there's a verified kill, we don't, have, free game on coyotes, but maybe there's the point where the coyote population does need to be looked at, not just from that verified kill, because if they're starting to bite young children, I think we got a bigger problem here. Just saying. Anyway, I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. And the education, of course, there could be recommendations both for urban as well as rural and agricultural, correct? Yes. Okay. All right. Any other further discussion? Okay, so we are now going to vote on this main motion the way that it has been amended, that the report PDR CW 2226 be received and that staff be directed to prepare an updated nuisance beaver compensation bylaw, as well as an updated coyote wolf predation bylaw based on the considerations outlined in this report for county council's consideration, and that the county's fees and services bylaw 509020 be updated to reflect the compensation rates of Bruce County for beaver, coyote, or wolf indexed for inflation, and that county staff be directed to focus on education for non-lethal methods of nuisance animal control in partnership where feasible with the agricultural community, First Nations, Métis, conservation bodies, landowners, and municipalities. Okay, yes, sorry, Councillor Mackey.
Thank you, Warden. As Councillor Body had mentioned, current compensation rates of Bruce County, I think just left out current there.
Okay, yep, that we can allow that. That just adds clarification to the motion. Okay, there. So it has been updated, say current compensation rates of Bruce County, but also index for inflation. Okay, so with that, I'll call the vote on this main motion. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, that motion is carried. All right, thank you very much, Coordinator Johnson and Director Taylor for that. We will now break for lunch, and if we could be back at 22:45. Yeah, so how about, why don't we do it until, let's take a half hour until 25:02. So if everybody, it is a cold lunch, so feel free to bring it back in. Just concerned about the timing that we have coming with the remaining items that we have and some of the commitments that are happening later in the day. So if we can come back, be in our seats in a half an hour at 25:02, we will carry on from there. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, Committee of the Whole. We have the go-ahead from technology that we are recording again, so we will pick up now after lunch. Before lunch, we had Director Taylor, and after lunch, we're going to have Director Taylor. So let me get this onto the floor before you speak from the lectern. Item 7D. It is recommended that that report PDR CW 2326 be received and that this report be sent as correspondence to the Township of Chatsworth, the Township of Georgian Bluffs, Municipality of Grey Highlands, Town of Hanover, Municipality of Meaford, Township of Southgate, and Municipality of West Grey, requesting confirmation by resolution of council as to whether or not the municipalities are committing to the county's proposed hybrid planning services model or not, subject to acceptance of the final memorandum of understanding, and that for those municipalities interested in joining the hybrid planning services model, that they also indicate their desired timing for joining the hybrid planning services model, but that such timelines do not precede January 1st, 2027, with the exception of the Township of Chatsworth, who already purchases planning services from the county. May I ask for a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor DeBreen, seconded by Councillor Pringle. It's now on the floor for discussion. Thank you, Director Taylor.
Great. Good afternoon, Madam Warden, members of council. Thanks for allowing me to present to you today on this topic. I was trying to think of a good analogy to lead into this one in terms of the decision that's before county council today and municipal councils. And I'll say I am happily married and I hope to stay that way. But with that being said, the decision before councils is kind of like when you've been in a long-term relationship. Maybe you've been in a relationship for 10 years and your eyes kind of start to stray. And you're like, well, would it be better outside of this relationship? Should I be single? Should I be elsewhere? And it's not easy to come to that right decision. And you know, I want to stress that there's nothing wrong with the current model. And county, sorry. and the county and municipalities could definitely stick with the current model. Staff were directed to look at planning efficiencies and alternate approaches, and that's what we have before you. But you know, we can't predict the future, and there could be challenges with the new model. It could be more efficient. There could be opportunities with the new model. But again, I just want to stress that none of this was meant to be a criticism of municipal or county planning processes. But in the spirit of ongoing improvements, we're happy to do this work and we're happy to look into it and try to put the best information we can in front of county council and in turn your municipal councils in hopes that everyone can make an informed decision in that regard. So just as a bit of a background, the efficiencies work started in 2023, and some people may remember back to then. And you know, many, including builders and the provincial government, had said that the planning process needed some improvements, and things were taking too long to get shovels in the ground. And so the county, in partnership with our member municipalities, looked at what we could do locally to improve those processes. In early 2024, there was a white paper presented to County Council with some recommendations for improvements to the county's own system and some suggestions that municipalities could consider as well. I'm pleased to say that most of those recommendations have been implemented at both the county and municipal level, and that we have seen some improvements in our processes since then. As part of that efficiencies work, there was also the suggestion that maybe we need to re-examine the two-tier planning model as a whole. And in that regard, we had a series of discussions with both county council, the joint councils, and each of your municipal tables. Some of those were in closed session and some of them were in open session. But there was a lot of information presented and discussed back then. So the early iteration of a revised two-tier model, if you were, was going to be a centralized planning system. Under that centralized planning system, it would have all 9 municipalities working together with the county, whereby all planners would be at the county level. The model right from the get-go was proposing that administrative support and directors would stay at the municipal level, particularly because in many cases your admin staff at the front line at the municipal level and also your directors are wearing multiple hats. So very rarely was it ever just a planning support or just a planning director. They were looking after planning or building or bylaw or anything. So that was the original thought. After much discussion and reporting, it went back to municipalities. 7 of the 9 expressed an in principle, yeah, let's dig further into this. And 2 of the 9, being the town of the Blue Mountains and City of Owen Sound, said, no, thank you at this time. So we proceeded with shifting from a centralized model to what we refer to now as a hybrid model, and how that could work with respect to those 7 municipalities that had expressed in principle support. And I will say that the support was very much in principle. Nobody was signing on the dotted line, and the comment we heard over and over and over was, we need to see what this is going to cost, we need to see the financials, and we need to see a framework of how this could work. So we need to see, what a draft memorandum of understanding could look like. And so there's been a lot of work that has gone into both presenting the draft financials and as well as the draft MOU. And I will say, with respect to that work, it involved a lot of your own staff, your planning staff, your finance staff, and it also involved a lot of our county staff. We've got some of our county finance folks in the room here today. We also had significant discussions with our legal services staff, with our IT staff, our human resources staff, the CAO and deputy. So there's been a lot that's gone into this. And as much as I might make glib comments at the beginning of this, we've really tried to put our best foot forward here for council in that regard. And so again, why look at a new model? And this was directed from council. The current model does work, but with any model, you can always look for room for improvement. And so are there things that we can collectively be doing that would make for a better development experience in Grey County, and ideally maybe a speedier path towards shovels in the ground in that regard. None of this is meant to be a criticism of local or county planners in that regard. And I would say that municipal and county planners are trained professionals and very, very dedicated to their communities, and take their jobs very seriously in that regard. And so the investigations, when we started this, why would we do this? We were looking at this in terms of, is there ways we can avoid duplication in the planning process? So when you have a planner at the county level reviewing a subdivision and a planner at the municipal level reviewing the associated zoning amendment, are we kind of doing elements of the same thing, even though we're reporting to different political bodies and maybe looking at different things, but are there ways we can avoid some of that duplication? We're also looking at greater ability for collaboration and information sharing. So if you had more planners under the same, collective roof, so to speak, are there lessons that we could more easily share and learn from? So if one municipality had already solved an issue, could we sort of copy and paste some of that or adapt some of that to help solve a similar issue in a neighboring municipality in that regard? One of the things that was talked about heavily in 2023 and 2024, and it's still talked about to a lesser degree, was the shortage of planners both in Ontario and nationally. And I know some of you have been through very difficult recruitment processes or been unable to recruit. And particularly for those of you that might have smaller planning departments, in some cases a single incumbent planner, there was the thought that if we were hiring to a larger organization, maybe a planner would be more likely to want to be part of a bigger team. I'm told we're social animals, but also be able to learn and provide that sort of in-house mentoring and maybe more specialization in the training opportunities that if we harnessed our collective buying power in that regard, we could leverage in that regard. We also thought if you had a slightly bigger team, by combining the county and some municipal planners, you might have more opportunity for specialization of skill sets. And it would also create less of a gap, hopefully, when somebody leaves. And again, for those of you with single incumbent planners, if your planner gives their 2 weeks notice and they're gone in 2 weeks, then you're without a planner. And so not only have you lost that institutional knowledge, you don't have that backfill ability until you can get a new person hired in that regard. So there was thought that if we're all working together, there could be some benefits that would flow from that. And so with respect to the hybrid model in specific, I want to go through a few of the details, and I'll get to a little bit more in a couple slides time when we get into the draft memorandum of understanding. With respect to the hybrid model, the county would continue to offer the same planning services it currently does to all 9 member municipalities. So with the exception of the City of Owen Sound, the county is still the approval authority for plans of subdivision and condominium. We would still maintain and update the county official plan and all those things that the county normally does. With respect to those municipalities that might sign on to a hybrid model, the county would also provide those local planning services. And so the planners at the municipal level would shift up to the county, and we would provide those application processing services for consents, minor variances, site plans and zoning amendments in that regard, and also be advising municipal staff and council in that regard. As I noted with respect to the comments on the centralized model, the intent under a hybrid model, again, is that your admins and directors would stay at the municipal level. And again, many of those wear many hats and are very busy in that regard. And the important thing to note here is that under the hybrid model, all the approval authorities would still stay the same. So if you have a municipal committee of adjustment that approves consents and minor variances, that is still coming to that municipal committee of adjustment. Your council is already approving zoning amendments, that's still coming to your council in that regard. So although there might be different people, or maybe even the same people, presenting to your municipal councils and committees, none of the approval authorities are meant to change through this. So there is still that direct line of sight for municipalities over those municipal planning applications and municipal planning documents in that regard. So I did just want to offer a note on Chatsworth, because when we first started these discussions some years ago, Chatsworth was using the services of a local planning consultant, and they provided those services on obviously a fee-for-service basis and on an as-needed basis. Since we started these discussions approximately a year ago, that consultant has left Chatsworth. And on an interim basis, the county has taken on providing planning services for Chatsworth in that regard on a cost recovery model. So in that regard, you know, the county is kind of treated like a consultant, so to speak, in that we bill out our staff time, and a senior planner costs more than an entry-level planner in that regard. But we provide those local services for Chatsworth in that regard. When this came about, we were at a bit of a lull in planning applications. They weren't quite as strong as they had been in 22 and 23. And so the county didn't need to up staff in that regard. We didn't hire any new bodies, but rather we were providing those local services to Chatsworth with the existing staff we had on hand. With respect to Chatsworth, there were some discussions early on. You know, do you want in-person customer service? Do you want someone, you know, at a desk 2 days a week or 5 days a week? And Chatsworth didn't require in-person service, but our staff do attend the council or committee meetings where they have a planning item on the agenda. We certainly do lots of email and virtual consultation with residents and developers in Chatsworth, and make ourselves available. And I shouldn't say ourselves because I don't, but our staff are available on an as-needed basis for those in-person meetings. And you know, I'll certainly defer to Councillor Mackey here in a few minutes, but I would say there's been some hiccups, but generally it's been going okay. And we've learned a lot through this process that might be applicable if the county or other municipalities were to look at a hybrid system in that regard. The one thing I will say with respect to Chatsworth is, because it was on an interim basis and because we didn't have sort of the financials all worked out, the way it's done there is, again, billing our time almost like a consultant. So we spent, you know, 1 hour on this consent application, and we spent 2 hours on this other thing. So it is a little bit more cumbersome in terms of that time tracking and billing. And so if we were going to implement an equivalent model across multiple municipalities, we've suggested a slightly different model that still gets us to cost recovery for the hybrid services in that regard. And so with respect to the draft memorandum of understanding, this document is covered, you know, on a cursory basis in the staff report. The exact memorandum of understanding has been shared with your staff. There's been numerous rounds of consultation on it, and some of your staff have provided very, very detailed and thoughtful feedback in this regard, both at the planning level or the CAO level or even the financial level in that regard. We haven't worked to finalize that draft yet. Simply put, staff didn't want to invest too much time into, you know, working out all the fine details of the MOU if county council or each of our member municipal councils was just going to say, yeah, this hybrid model really isn't for us. So, you know, we've hopefully provided enough that we have a proof of concept. This is what it could look like, but don't have a finalized version yet. And certainly if county council supports the staff recommendation today, and if some of your member municipalities support joining on to the hybrid model, then we take all that detailed feedback that was collected, and we'd look to revise the memorandum of understanding and hopefully come up with a final version in that regard. that MOU was based on a number of MOUs from other county planning departments across the province. And each one had slightly different wording, but there was a lot of similarities that we could adapt into a potential made in gray solution in that regard. And so with respect to some of the details of the MOU, one of the key things to highlight here is that each municipality, as an appendix to the MOU, if you sign on, would specify what level of in-person service delivery would you like. Do you want somebody or multiple people in office 5 days a week? Do you want someone in office 2 days a week? What does that look like in your municipality? Just because someone might not be in office, there would still be access to somebody remotely, whether by email or Teams or Zoom or anything else like that. But we wanted to be very clear that through this system, if it were to proceed, we're not looking to pull planners out of those municipal and township offices in that regard. You would still have that face-to-face access, both for the public and council, but also for all your neighboring departments that need to work closely with planning. Things like public works and operations and parks and rec in that regard. We felt that in-person service where a municipality was asking for it was very important. One of the other things in the MOU is that it looks to define what a core planning service is. And so first and foremost, some of the most visible might be processing those applications and inquiries. So someone comes in and says, hey, what can I do on my property? Or I'd like to rezone my property or consent. So that would all be a core planning service. We'd also look to prepare official plan amendments and zoning bylaw amendments in that regard. We'd look to provide advice both to municipal councils and committees, but also to municipal staff in that regard. Again, those departments that work very closely with planning. And we'd work to keep municipal councils up to date on any new legislative changes or emerging planning topics. You might have a particular issue in your municipality that you want researched, and so staff would work to help research those topics. One of the other core tenets of the MOU is every municipality would be assigned a primary planner or a primary planning contact. So, you wouldn't be seeing a new face every day in your municipal office or at your council tables in that regard. So we wanted to try to maintain that consistency wherever possible. So conversely, the MOU also defines what are non-core planning services. And so with respect to the non-core planning services, the creation of a new official plan or a new comprehensive zoning bylaw or major reviews, that's considered to be a non-core planning service. And I'll get to that a little further in just a second. But I'd note that many municipalities right now, when you have to do a new municipal official plan, you're already going out to utilize the services of a consultant. In most cases, municipalities don't have sort of the in-house bench strength to take that on with their current staff and still process all the applications. So that's not radically different. We would also specify that any municipal specific technical studies, such as a development charges background study or an archaeological management plan, those aren't things that we have the expertise to do sort of in-house. So your own municipal councils would still be going likely out to consultants for those. The county planners are not qualified to provide legal advice. You don't want us giving legal advice or drafting legal agreements, but we could certainly work with your in-house departments and also either external legal or internal legal to provide planning input into those agreements. And then, as I said earlier, the administrative tasks, things like mail outs or minute taking or setting agendas, those will largely retain at the municipal level, whether with a planning assistant or in the case of agendas with the clerk's department in that regard. And then there was sort of those non-planning permits or adjacent planning services. So things like a noise bylaw or a short-term accommodations bylaw, those generally wouldn't fall under the guise of core planning services. The MOU does set out consideration for if the county and municipality want to negotiate for, hey, listen, can the county do this official plan for us? And so, of course, it would be subject to budget and staffing. Some of the other counties had a model whereby if the municipality was going to go out to RFP to ask for a new official plan, the county might choose to quote on that. So there is the option to negotiate some of these non-core planning services in for your municipality on a one-time or more permanent basis. But again, it would be very much subject to the budget and staffing levels that are required to fulfill those duties, aside from sort of the core planning duties. The MOU also looks at defining some of those shared responsibilities. So there's lots of things that don't fit neatly into a county bucket or a municipal bucket. Things like records management or freedom of information requests or dealing with appeals. It also looks at prioritizing how planning work is handled. So generally speaking, a lot of the MOUs we saw had, first and foremost, your responsibility was to receive and process efficiently those planning applications. And then, if you still had time, you could do some of these other things. As with any agreement of this nature, there's dispute resolution clauses and protocols in that regard. And there's also a reporting relationship established between the county and any participating municipalities, such that there'd be that feedback opportunity to talk about how things are going, to talk about where changes are needed or the performance of individual staff members in that regard. There's, what I would think are fairly standard insurance and liability clauses, and then there's clauses around procurement. So again, if you're going out to market on a specialized study or a new official plan, that would be done through your own municipal procurement processes. If we were looking at a specialized peer review on an individual development application and the municipality didn't already have a peer reviewer on hand, then that would likely be procured by the county. The draft MOU also sets out human resources and information technology considerations, and we'll get into that more in just a few slides here. So with respect to the draft financial model, again, this was shared. There was a spreadsheet shared with your staff in that regard, and there's been discussions with the municipal CAOs and others on the draft financials. The model is premised on the need for full cost recovery for those local planning services. And so what we wanted to make sure was that any non-participating municipality isn't subsidizing the local planning services of a participating municipality. The model is also premised on the basis that we're assuming that your and we are appropriately staffed right now, including any vacant positions. So if your municipality has two planners, we're assuming that's what you need going forward. There's review clauses built into the agreement to say, every so often we need to review those. Maybe you need more or less planners. But for the purposes of establishing, level one of this agreement, so to speak, we've assumed that the staffing levels factoring in those vacancies are appropriate in that regard. I mentioned earlier the billing model with Chatsworth and billing out on an hourly basis. If we were to take this on for a number of municipalities, we felt that municipalities needed greater cost certainty, and we also needed to have a sort of keep it simple approach, if you will. And so the model we proposed to municipal staff and are sharing with council here today would be that the county would bill out based on the full-time employee needs of your municipality. So if your municipality needed one senior planner and one entry-level planner, you would be billed for those individuals for the year. And that way, going into the year, you would know that that's what you could expect to pay for your planning services. That would cover not only salaries and benefits, but also things like IT costs, training, and professional memberships in that regard. Again, to make sure that those non-participating municipalities aren't subsidizing the participating municipalities. With respect to some more details on the financial model, the way it's proposed right now is that all local applications would stay at the municipal level. So municipal councils would still be in charge of collecting the revenue from those local applications and also setting the fees required for those local applications. So, does a consent application cost someone $1,500 or $2,000 or what have you? And that would allow municipalities to remain in the driver's seat with respect to what level of costs they're looking to recoup through application revenue. And I should specify that those costs that they're looking to recoup might be for planners that are potentially coming up to the county, but they might also be for those services that are remaining in-house at the municipal level. So, part of a director's time or an admin person's time or other costs related to the planning services that would be retained municipal. One of the things in the MOU and in the draft financials is it's assuming that if municipalities want in-person service delivery, that they would be providing office space for those county employees at no cost to the county. Simply put, it probably wouldn't make sense to bill the county because then we'd just be billing that service back. So that was the premise there. The municipalities would continue to pay for those special projects like the development charges background study or a new official plan in that regard. And the municipalities would pay for any specialized municipal specific software. So if your municipality uses a software that you would require a county planner to have a license for, then we'd look for you to cover those costs in that regard. With respect to some of the IT considerations, Jody has been a wonderful help here, and as have your municipal staff in helping us understand your current systems and what that could look like if we were to transition to a hybrid model for some of the municipalities. Essentially, the county staff working for your municipalities would need access to both our county networks and your local network in that regard, and we'd want to try to make that document sharing as painless as possible. Being county employees, the costs from the county would cover licensing of all county software in that regard. So the core services we use, like Microsoft 365, or we use a specific software in our planning department called the Gray Information Network, or our GIN system. So those would be things that the county would look to cover and bill back to the municipalities. And then, as I said, if there was any municipal specific software, then that would be licensed by the municipality. One of the things that we've heard from the municipal staff quite often is, could we look at some standardization for particularly those planning softwares in that regard? And so, we couldn't really answer that just yet until we know, who's signing on and who's not, or if anyone's signing on. So the thought would be, if this model does get established, that once we know sort of who we're partnering with, if it happens, then we would look at whether or not there's some efficiencies to be gained from some software standardization in that regard. And I am aware that some municipalities have held off on purchasing new software platforms on the basis that this might all change if the county were to assume these hybrid services. With respect to human resources considerations, Jen Moreau and her team have been so helpful in helping us understand and making sure we tread the appropriate line in this regard. As I've noted, the planners under the hybrid system would be county employees. So they would be governed by our county HR policies. The county planning department is entirely non-union, so they would slot into the non-union salary grid and have the necessary vacation entitlements and benefits in that regard. Jen's team has done great work to compare salaries at both the municipal and county levels, and also the benefits. With respect to salaries, no planner would be expected to take a pay cut if they were joining the model. Generally speaking, the salaries were very comparable. With respect to benefits, there were some slight differences. So maybe the county pays slightly more in vision, but slightly less in dental. But again, our analysis led it to being very, very comparable in that regard. One of the goals through this process, if it does go forward, is to provide minimal disruption to a municipal planner's daily work arrangement. So we don't want to take someone that has currently a 5-minute commute and say, nope, you got to commute to this disparate part of the county and you're going to have an hour commute kind of thing. We want to work with people ideally where they are, if that fits. And so essentially each planner would be assigned sort of a home base location. And so maybe your home base is municipality X, and most days you're reporting directly to municipality X's municipal office. But occasionally, if municipality Y, is short, you might be asked to backfill in there for a day or two kind of thing. As I said, the planners would work both in person for those in-person service delivery, and also have remote locations where feasible. Other HR processes like performance appraisals would be done by the county. They would be county employees, but that would certainly be done with the input from municipal staff. And similarly, developing training programs again would rely on input from municipal staff in terms of what they're observing at those council meetings and other places in terms of the performance. One of the things that we haven't been able to fully investigate at this stage, again, because we don't know if any municipalities are joining or multiple municipalities, is the overall space needs and the departmental structure. And so if only one municipality joins and only one county or only one planner comes aboard, then it probably doesn't look a lot different. But if we have 6 municipalities join and we have 10 new bodies, then we might need to look at that departmental structure a little further. With respect to some final notes and considerations, we considered through this the different lenses that a municipal planner versus a county planner might be viewing things. Municipal planners, generally speaking, especially if they've been at their municipality for some time, know their communities best. They're sort of that first face that the public coming in the door might see. They understand how your municipal departments might work. They understand your infrastructural levels, and they're really ideally positioned for local service delivery. County planners can, in some cases, offer more of a regional lens. In some cases, we might be able to apply lessons learned in one municipality to another municipality and look for that consistency of policy interpretation between municipalities. I will say in general, with respect to the planning process, The planning process can only be efficient where we have the necessary infrastructure in place to support development and where we have the related professional teams in place. And that applies both at the county and the municipal levels. And so, you know, I'm sure as councillors, you get a lot of complaints and headaches about the time it takes in the process. Some of that, yeah, planners need to wear some of that, and we, again, can improve our processes. But in other cases, it might be because there's limited service and capacity, or it might be because we don't have the engineering staff or the engineering peer reviewers to review those documents quickly. So I do just want to stress that you know, even if we look for efficiencies within your land use planners, we all need to be looking at our own processes with respect to all those other support staff and our council and staff procedures in that regard. If we truly want to make this whole, you know, development process more efficient in that regard. And you know, there's been a lot of you know, negative connotations about red tape and everything else. And again, we can certainly stand to improve the system, but you know, I think there's blame to share on some of that, and perhaps it's not all just the planners, but this is a planner telling you this, so take that for what you will. As I mentioned, if we were to enter into the system, there would be hiccups as we establish this system. You know, I think things have gone fairly well in Chatsworth, but you know, we've learned, and you know, everything wasn't perfect from day one, and still not perfect, but we're learning. And so, you know, if we were to enter into these MOUs with some municipalities, we'd hope that everyone would give it time to establish itself and to learn those lessons and to go forward in that regard. One of the other things I wanted to flag here is there's a lot to be said about both change management, the team building, and the team dynamics. There's been a lot of anxiety about this topic, both at the county and municipal level. Staff in some cases are feeling uncertainty about what their future might look like, you know, who their employer might be, and where their work location might be, and what team they might be reporting to. So if we were to go forward with this model, we need to you know, invest in making sure that people feel welcomed and incorporating them into the team in that regard. With respect to, you know, next steps and timing, you know, one of the key purposes of this report, you know, County Council has shown great support for these discussions to date, but we do feel, with respect to the anxiety that I just mentioned, that we need to come to a decision point. When I say we, I mean both the county and our member municipalities. You know, I think we owe it to sort of the process and the staff in that regard, whether it be to proceed with a hybrid model or whether we said, no, this isn't really what we thought, and we're walking away from this hybrid model. We do need to work towards that decision. So the recommendation here today is that County Council support the resolution, but through that we send the draft MOU and the draft financials out to each of your 7 municipalities that had voiced in principle support, and then presumably you would have those reports come to your municipal council tables, and you could make an informed decision to say sort of yay or nay. And if any of you do say yay, that's when we would, you know, collectively work together to hammer out that memorandum of understanding in that regard, and look to finalize the matter. As per the motion that the warden read out, you know, other than Chatsworth, who already purchases these services, we're not thinking any of this could be done before January 1st, 2027. And in some cases, it might even be a later transition date. But we're really hoping that this decision can be made at both the county and local levels, ideally this year, and we can all work forward with knowing where we're heading, and that can inform our municipal and county budgets for 27 in that regard. So the warden read out the recommendation. I won't repeat that, but I've said a lot here, but I'm certainly happy to take any questions or any feedback, and look forward to a good discussion.
Okay, thank you very much, Director Taylor. You have probably answered 99% of the questions that might have been in there with the information you've provided, but let me open it up to the Deputy Warden.
Thank you, Madam Warden. And like Scott, I want to remain happily married. So if you're watching, honey, I'm going to stick with the current model that I have. Just thought I'd mention that. So, nope, not going there. In terms of a question, I remember back when we first started talking about this, and one of the things that we talked about or was presented to council was the number of planners per resident in Grey County as a whole compared to some of our comparators that have single level planning. And our numbers were dramatically higher. And I'm not seeing a lot in your report to speak to that particular issue, because I think that particular issue is causing some angst amongst some planning staff. And I ask that question because if we're not willing or anticipating dealing with that particular issue, it leaves the question of what's the point? Because if we're not going to reduce the number of planners, why are we here? So I guess that's my question is, what discussion has taken place on that particular issue? Thank you.
Okay, just before I pass it back to Director Taylor, we will have to be careful if we enter into anything that really should be discussed and closed in terms of personnel reductions, et cetera. So Director Taylor, you have given a general overview. So if you want to respond in context as you are able, and I will look to if we get to a flagged moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I'll keep my head turned to our Director of HR too, in case I stray into dangerous territory. I'll answer that question. And thank you for your question, Councillor Milne. With respect to sort of the broad level, I'm not speaking to any one municipality and keep this extra broad in that regard. So Councillor Milne is right. There was a chart in one of those early reports that compared, Grey County to other counties in that regard. Sort of one of the tenets here has been that we weren't necessarily looking for staff cuts through this process, but we were looking for greater efficiency. And so if we have less bodies reviewing an individual development application, perhaps some of those bodies that aren't needed to review the development applications can be focused on those more strategic projects that assist your municipalities. One of the thoughts was for those municipalities that use consulting services, that if you were able to retain that knowledge in-house, then that would be beneficial in that regard. But, at least at a county staff level, although we did flag that level of planners across the province or across the county, sorry, it wasn't necessarily about looking for cuts, and the MOU would frame it as, we need to review our staffing levels every couple of years anyway, just to make sure we're appropriate. And, if we have a major downturn in the economy or things change, maybe we could be overstaffed. But the hope was that, every municipality in the county sort of has this to-do list that we haven't been able to get to because we spend so much of our time processing and in some cases reacting to development applications. And so can we have more ability if we pool our talent to get to some of those more strategic projects and things that might also make the development process more efficient. With respect to a local example, I'll also share that, we have municipalities right now that are reviewing zoning bylaws. And, one of the questions when you review a zoning bylaw is what needs to be a future zoning amendment, and what are we seeing time after time after time that we're approving through a zoning amendment every time. And so, if you make changes to streamline your zoning bylaw, then yeah, you might need less bench strength at the planning application level. So those would all factor into it. But I guess my long-winded answer is, day one, it wouldn't necessarily be looking for cuts in that regard, but we would review those staffing levels on a go forward if this model does even go forward.
Follow-up?
Just real quickly, I want to clarify that I wasn't advocating for staff cuts. I like your thinking and I appreciate your answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll go to Councillor McQueen.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Since we started this process, all our staff left. So we have a contract person and we're looking for some more people, but a couple of things. Since COVID, I know with Grey Highlands, we've done a lot more on Zoom instead of in person. I don't know what everybody else is doing there. I mean, that has saved mileage and people being in place, but then we've got some pushback where certain public meetings, they wanted to have the ability to be in person. So that's just something to park there. But certainly with our committee of adjustment meetings, we've done them all by Zoom as well. So the question I have, okay, so there's two hats. There's the municipality's hat, and there's the county hat. So you make an application for a zoning amendment for the local level. No, I'm going to use official plan amendment. Make an application for an official plan amendment at the local level. Then you make an application for an official plan amendment at the upper level. Obviously, there's going to be some equal work because if you're reviewing the official plan review for the local level, and then you're at the county, and then you're doing yours, and there's going to be some, I would say, some savings in time of knowledge because it's not two individuals, it's going to be one individual. can some of that savings be transferred back down somehow to the bigger system of the hybrid where maybe we charge less, the county charges less, but overall it's a savings, but the time's still being, the time is being, because it's the same person reviewing both. Is there some way of getting somewhere where we do save money on that purpose? For that, like there's one body doing both? That's right. I got.
Through you, Madam Warden. Thank you for your question, Councillor McQueen. Just to respond to your first comment, we wanted to remain nimble in this regard with respect to those in-person versus remote service delivery. We know that every municipality does a little different. Some really want that front counter person, or some really want that in-person public meeting or in-person council meeting. Others are much more open to remote. So, we'd really, if this model does go forward, take our direction from your own municipal staff and municipal councils in that regard. With respect to your question about time savings, it's sort of similar to Councillor Milne's question in that regard. We would hope to be able to save time on processing some of those applications, because as you said, you could have the one staff member reviewing it, with both a county and municipal set of eyes on it. And the hope is that some of those savings, if you will, would be reinvested into other strategic projects. It may or may not necessarily translate to, a savings in the application fees. Every municipality has a little bit different philosophy in terms of what they're looking to recoup through application fees. Some have said we want to recoup 50% of our planning costs. Others have a higher threshold or a lower threshold. So, those planning fee thresholds would still largely be at the municipal level, other than our own county fees. But at a minimum, the hope would be that we streamline those processes and have a little bit more staff time for those strategic processes. But again, we take our direction from council if council wanted to see application revenues cut. But the worry there is that if we cut application revenues, then there might need to be more levy increases.
Follow up?
Thank you. It's probably would take time to figure out where that sweet spot is, no doubt. I guess the other thing that I raised through the start of this process was having hybrid documentation. Would be, if this hybrid becomes successful, would we go to like a one service, one model, maybe even more streamlining in some of our documentation, down the road? That I think, Bruce County has the planning at the county level, right? I don't know if this is where it could be, but I just wonder if from the sense of one service, one customer, it eventually, well, we get to that part, maybe with the exception of Bones Sound and the mountains, but we get to a part where we have good service for the customer, there's cost savings overall, and it's moving toward maybe similar documentation.
Through you, Madam Warden, if I could. Yeah, that's sort of not necessarily to get to one service, but to look for efficiencies and standardization in that regard. And if you think back to the report that we brought to council on Bill 98 and the provinces looking at standardizing official plans. And again, if we're all working within sort of one department, then are there opportunities to look at those municipal official plans and county official plans to limit those chances where somebody could have to apply for an amendment to both? And so, maybe the county plan does a really good job of your rural and agricultural areas, and your municipal plan is more focused on your growth areas, so your settlement areas, and therefore we're limiting any duplication there too. And that's not to say that we can't pursue that without a hybrid model. But we think that there might be greater likelihood with respect to like a centralized service. Sort of that Bruce County model was what the original investigation was looking at in that regard. What the hybrid model would be more of the Wellington model, where some of the municipalities have services provided by the county and some have their own planners on staff. But regardless, even if there's some municipalities that aren't participating in the system, we're still all talking regularly. We're still all sharing information regularly, and we're still all looking to provide, the best service for citizens and developers in Grey County.
Okay, we'll go to Councillor Dobreen.
Thank you, Warden, and thank you, Scott. I think we may have more planners in Grey County because development is occurring in Grey County. Growth is being directed to our area, and certainly our farming community is creating some of that development. So my comment more than a question on this aspect is that when you were speaking about if a municipality currently has a vacancy in the planning department or one becomes vacant, that we would immediately, in your report, immediately set to hire that planner. But development fluctuates from time to time. And I think this model lends itself to, if development drops off in a lower tier in one area, rather than eliminating the planner, they could be absorbed into an area that development is increasing. So it provides a little bit more flexibility and stability for the planners that we currently have, and they could still continue to work out of the lower tier or however that works. One of my comments is I think this is valuable and worthy of exploration, because if we don't explore it, the province may decide for us, and we may not have a choice on what that model looks like. I really do appreciate all of the work that your department, as well as our lower tiers, have put into this exercise, because there's opportunity here. I guess I have one question, and this probably would be something that would be explored in the event we get to the point of developing the MOU and we proceed with the joint services. With regard to your comment in here about mileage, where someone is located, and if they're traveling to the lower tier in the south end, their mileage isn't paid to the office, but that if they were temporarily assigned or relocated to temporarily relocated to another municipality or county, that their mileage would be compensated. Would that, in my experience, that is from the home, not from the home, but from the core office. So if you travel to, if your normal travel is to municipality A, but you're assigned to municipality C, would the mileage be from the municipality to the municipality? And I'm not sure that we need an answer today, but maybe you've already thought of that, Director.
Through you, Madam Warden, the way that our mileage policy works is it's based on a home base. So for instance, I commute from Meaford into the administration building, and the administration is my home base. If there was a day that I was commuting to Grey Gables or Rockwood Terrace, we would take my normal commute, subtract it from the home base of where I was going to. So say I'm 23 kilometers to Grey County Administration and I'm 40 kilometers to Grey Gables. We would take that 40 kilometers minus 23, and that would be the mileage that is paid. But everybody would have an established home base wherever that might be. It might be the administration building, or it might be Meaford, or it might be Georgian Bluffs per se. And then we would calculate from there. That is how our policy works.
Follow-up?
So that confirms my suspicion that it's the lesser of the distance. If it's closer for you to go to Grey Gables from home, that's the travel that you would take. So thank you for clarifying that policy.
Okay. We'll go to Councillor Gregg and then to Councillor Mackey.
I just want to thank staff for the tremendous amount of work that's went into this in the last couple of years. This is the type of item where I'm sitting here and I'm just thinking you have to look from a 10,000-foot elevation, look down at what we're doing. And I think to Councillor Millen's point, no, we're just doing our job. We saw those numbers on a per capita basis, and it's defensible because it's our job here to look for alternatives, efficiencies, initiatives that improve how we're doing business as a county. And I think this is just a strategic, or I hope we just apply a strategic decision-making process here, and remove the protectionism that can easily come about from representing the lower tier, because that's not what I hope that this decision will be predicated on. I hope that this is something that we're looking way up, top down, what's the best long-term vision in terms of how we're currently doing business. Let's not just be stuck in this is the way it's always been. Rather, let's look for opportunities. And I just think even the speed of change, which we've asked the provincial government to slow down on, the speed of change in policy direction, that's an item right there that jumps out at me. County staff are reporting continuously to county council. And we're getting it continuously at our lower tiers. And we're getting it at our conservation authorities when they're making changes. That continuum of just bureaucratic response is something that I see as an opportunity to identify efficiencies when you're talking about. This goes beyond just the OPAs and zoning bylaws, but so much of this is just administrative bureaucracy and reporting back up on changes from other levels of government that consumes a lot of resources. So I just want to, no questions, thank staff for the amount of work that you've put forward getting to this point today, and hopefully that our decisions are determined by looking from a very high altitude down at what's best for the county and not just too much protectionism.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Markey.
Thank you, Madam Warden. And also, just wanted to, thank you and your team. As you had indicated in your report, we have been, I don't want to say guinea pig, but we have been the recipients of your services for the last year and a half. And you provided us with consistent planning staff the entire time. We've had Derek McMurdy and Becky Hillier have been the two planners, and they have not missed a meeting. Becky has been there when anything was contentious as the senior planner, just because of her more in-depth knowledge base. And I'm sure Derek has appreciated that, and we have certainly appreciated that. So I really have no negatives, as you indicated. It's been a learning experience, and some of the processes, we're streamlining those as we go. And I hope to continue on personally with utilizing this system, because, having, as a smaller municipality and having a contract staff, our contractor was very knowledgeable and worked well for us for a lot of years. But, moving forward, it was going to be very difficult, I think, to have a consistent planner when you only need him on her on a part-time basis. So this, we've had that consistency, and I look forward to the memorandums, and I hope others, smaller municipalities that are in a similar situation, have a real good look at this, because I think it has merit for a lot of us. The only question I would have, and Scott, you indicated about each municipality being able to, as far as having a planner in the office for a certain number of hours, and that may vary based on your proximity, but, we're not very far away from Owen Sound. So would there be an opportunity, to have those hours where residents could come to the county building here and meet with the planning staff on behalf of their application for our municipality? Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Madam Warden. Thanks for your kind comments, Councillor Mackey. And yeah, I would think that's entirely appropriate. And we do already have people drop by saying, hey, I'm from Chatsworth and I want to talk to Derek and everything else. So, we always encourage people to schedule when they can, just because, we don't want someone to drive from Walters Falls and find out that staff are in a meeting or something. But certainly that's something we could talk further about. And I see that as entirely appropriate. We're a public facing department. We're here to offer good customer service, whether that's in the township office or in the county office. We should be offering that service.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we've got two more hands over on this side. So we'll begin with Councillor Keaveney, then Councillor Body.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I don't know the situation in all of the lower tiers, but I know in Meaford, we're short-staffed in planning. So I'm just curious to know, Scott, should some of us agree to this hybrid model? And just for, example's sake, if some of us came to you that were short-staffed, does the county have the ability to quickly recruit? Have you had good success in recruiting planning staff when needed? Or do you think there would be an interim need to contract out services to cover that gap? Or how do you think that might work?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Keaveney. I will say, and I'm going to knock heavily on wood when I say this, we haven't had to recruit for a few years. We've been lucky that we've had some really good staff and we've been able to retain staff for a while. I'd say if a municipality came to us short-staffed, then we would need to look for resources in that regard. The hope was that in that recruitment effort, by offering, the ability to join maybe a slightly larger team, then that there might be more opportunity. But we don't have any silver bullets there either. So, I can't stand before you and promise to say, where a municipal recruitment has been challenging, the county would have an easy role of it. But we would certainly work together to fill those needs if that opportunity presented itself.
And we'll just go to the CAO.
Through you, Warden, and just to build on what Scott's comments were, I think by also having a larger pool of potential planners as well, where there is a vacancy, we can try to pivot and provide some of that support, that resiliency. So say if your base planner, say if Meaford signs on, for example, and the base planner that's normally assigned to Meaford decides to take a position somewhere else, we can, if we have a large enough pool of planners, we can still provide those support services to that municipality to cover some of those gaps in the interim. So until we do that recruitment process. So I think that's really some of the key merits, I think, of this system. It has to be though a critical mass. There's not an exact number we have in terms of what municipalities were required for that critical mass, but the more municipalities we have, then the more resiliency and larger pool we would have of planners to be able to cover off some of those gaps in the future.
Okay, Councillor Boddy.
Thanks, Scott. First question. The hybrid planning service model is different than what you started off originally proposed. Did I hear that correctly? You're nodding your head, yes. I wonder if you should be sending this report to all 9 municipalities, not just 7, so that all 9 of us can look at it, since it is a little bit different than maybe what we considered originally. Thanks.
Go ahead.
Through you, Madam Warden. Yeah, we're certainly happy to take direction in that regard, Councillor Boddy. We're cognizant that some municipalities had already passed motions in that regard. With respect to the hybrid, sort of the key difference, and one of the things that's taken a long time in these investigations, is if we're not all 9 together, then we really need to keep those financial buckets separate so that we're not having a non-participating municipality subsidize a participating municipality. If we were all 9 together, then everybody could pool their application revenues and anything else could come from the broader levy. But yeah, certainly happy to take direction and share with all municipalities if that's the will of council.
Okay, thank you. A follow-up?
Do you need a motion to amend then?
I was just consulting with the clerk. We can leave the motion intact the way it is and just simply add in to all 9 municipalities for information purposes. And then that it will be up to the town of Blue Mountains and Owen Sound if they wish to have uptake and respond in a different way. At the moment, it wouldn't go. So I'll look to the clerk if she's got a better idea.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Warden. I think we have 2 options. So an amendment would be in order. You could formally add in the 2 municipalities, and then they will receive the same letter and report as everyone else. Or council could leave it the same, but we could still, as for information, send it to Owen Sound and the town of the Blue Mountains for their interest in information. And if it makes sense, the onus could be on those municipalities to actively reach out. But I see Scott may have something else to add to that.
Certainly happy to follow the clerk and council's direction in that regard. The one thing I'd say with respect to sharing with Blue Mountains and Owen Sound in that regard is you'd see the recommendation, you'd see the report, you'd see the MOU. We haven't done that financial costing for your 2 municipalities. So for each municipality, we've said planning services in West Grey, if you sign on, this is what we think it would cost, Grey Highlands, et cetera, et cetera. So we haven't worked that out. Yeah, I don't want to get kicked from our finance staff as to how long that would take. But if there was a desire to discuss further, we could certainly discuss further.
So with that bit of information, then just please send the memo and everything on. I wouldn't amend to include us in that. Thanks.
Okay, so you're content with leaving it the way it is? Okay. All right, and certainly, all of us report back to our lower tiers in terms of sharing news and updates from Grey County. The highlights are always posted. So if there's a triggering conversation that happens in the remaining two municipalities, it's possible for that to happen. Okay, so are there any further questions? Okay, there you go. So in that case, then I'm going to call the vote then. All those in favor? Okay, and that motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to call a 5-minute break before we bring up our economic development report, which may be a little bit detailed as well. And we have that 2 more items before we go into close. So 5-minute break and we'll be back. Okay, we're just gonna ask everybody to sit down so we can get our quorum put together. Okay, and we are going to try to keep going because we are a little worried about some meetings coming up on people's plates might mean we end up with a quorum issue. So with that, are we good with technology? Yes, okay, great. So we can carry on. So we are going to go to item 7E. It's recommended that the Planning and Economic Development Committee meeting minutes dated May 27th, 2026 be adopted as presented and the following resolutions contained therein be endorsed. That the report EDTC PDAC 0826 regarding the Economic Development, Tourism and Culture Strategic Progress Update, May 2026 be received for information. May I ask for a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Keaveney, seconded by Councillor Carlton. It's now on the floor for discussion. Welcome, Director Myers.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, County Council. I can be speedy. The meeting itself was not speedy, but this update can be. It was a great meeting and it was our very first progress update under year 3, 2026 theme of market under the Economic Development, Tourism, Culture Master Plan. So we started off with just a quick discussion about the lean momentum that is continuing across our department. So we have introduced lots of different training and leadership opportunities, better progress huddles and check-ins, just to make sure that we're aligned and we're all actually evaluating the progress of how staff are feeling about this, how our workloads, how are we building that excitement and checking off those boxes. And so far, so good. We had really good response from staff, which is great. There's always little bumps along the way that we knew were going to be coming, but they are under control and we're working through them. That's what our summer is for. So we should have another great update for you in September. The update that I brought was around the Team Gray MOU, which we talked about just a couple of weeks ago with all municipalities and the county being signed on. So we are now busy working on some of those shared files to track the areas of opportunity, request for consideration and economic development advocacy opportunities. And that is now a standing agenda item on the quarterly county municipal economic development working group meetings. We gave a little heads up about the leadership series and the Warden's Economic Development Leadership Luncheon that was coming, and we had that on May 29th. Our evaluation was tied 9 out of 10, which was the same as our very first one. So congratulations to all. Thank you so much for those who were able to make it. The energy in the room continues to build every time we come together. The asset activity was really good, and we know from the feedback that that's an area that we want to continue growing. So that is already agenda item number 1 for the spring session that we will have next year. And then we also talked about advocacy pursuits around Roma and Western Ontario Wardens Caucus, EDCO advocacy days. Those were in May, and we had some really good opportunities to actually sit down at Queen's Park, which was something that we had heard from Dane Matheson's speak on the 29th. And since then, there's been really good follow-up meetings as well with Georgian College and Niagara Escarpment Commission. So those are now regular. We're meeting monthly and quarterly with different groups and keeping those discussions going, which is helping us progress the work and the advocacy there. Under the business development side, when we wrote this report, we did not have our TPA from the province. We now do have our TPA from the province for the Business Enterprise Center, which is really good news. And it actually aligned with the advocacy efforts that we had at AMO last year, where we now have a longer contract. We've seen increased funding. So that was a really nice outcome to see. And I just want to highlight a couple because in the minutes, it talks about how we've seen a growth in Business Enterprise Center activity. So in the first 4 months alone, they had 233 inquiries from entrepreneurs, 56 one-hour minimum consultations. That has resulted in 22 new businesses launched, 14 businesses sustained, 3 business expansions, and 1 business purchase just in the first 4 months of 2026. So things have been going very well. There's a lot of movement there. We also heard an update about facilities and the fact that our projects are going very well. We've completed several of them, the Grey Roots sign being the most exciting. If you have not been past Grey Roots lately, please take a drive. We have actually heard people saying, you know, the museum with the big blue sign just outside of Rockford. So it's already being recognized and it's been up for a month and a half. So that's a good sign. But our capital projects are going well so far. Under the economic development heading, we talked about the Made in Grey program around the job fair that was hosted, which we had already talked about with this group, and the Cheechimon Cruise and Connect, which had over 250 guests on the boat for the evening on April 23rd. there has been lots of really positive momentum too around investment readiness. So there is some definite movement happening in Hanover and Hanover West Gray with the Saugeen Municipal Airport, Hanover Hotel projects, and we're starting to work on really specific opportunities, which is really exciting for us to see, because those are only coming because of all of the work that's been done to date to get those foundational pieces and those studies completed. So things are starting to move on the investment readiness side. We also talked about Sydenham campus and how busy that facility has been. And we heard this morning from Jessica, NII hosted one event there. We had the Healthy Communities Conference hosted there. Community Impact Lab is now there, which is part of a partnership between Georgian College, City of Owen Sound, and we are providing the space. And then Canadian Innovation Week. So there's been a lot happening in the first quarter at Sydenham, which has been phenomenal. And then lots of sector opportunities and roundtables to be touching base with our businesses and making sure that the work that we're doing is exactly what they need. Under strategic marketing, the absolute highlight from this team is the fact that we have just launched the new visitgray.ca. If you have not been on it, take a minute to take a look. It has been completely refaced under the Gather brand. The intention that went into building this website in a way that is going to do its best work for our businesses is unbelievable. And we just had a session yesterday with our municipalities, with tourism operators, and that was the one thing that we heard was well done on the intention that went into this website. Not only is it gorgeous, it actually functions in a way that is now supporting industry. So I'm really, really pleased with the team, and that was a huge effort, and it is now launched. So send it everywhere if you can. They've also been very intentional about consumer and industry outreach. We talked about business engagement and onboarding, and then the data to action work that's supporting EDTC as a whole, as well as all of your member municipalities. So we were able to, in our meeting last month, bring Environics to the table. They actually physically came here and walked through a lot of different uses that we can use this data for, that you all have access to. And it's not just economic development. Every one of your departments can access this information. So now we're all talking from the same information. And that's, I think, going to be really key as we work to move forward, and aligns very well with the work under Team Gray and everything that we've seen with the Joint Municipal Services Committee. For Gray Roots Museum and Archives, our highlight from there, not only have we launched some amazing exhibits, Living Histories exhibit has just wrapped up. We had Black Roots exhibit in Gray for Black History Month. Rail Day, always popular. But March break and some of the worst weather that we get sold out the entire week. Every program was sold out, which is awesome. So families and little kids and grandparents and everybody, they are coming out to Gray Roots to utilize the services. And we've seen a tremendous increase in memberships as well. So it's not the traveling exhibit that's coming in, it's what we have all the time that is drawing people back. And to the point where now it's valuable for them to get a membership. So to see that switch has been just incredible for the team. We have also just welcomed Wild Weather. It is now up for the rest of the summer, and there is a local climate action story exhibit that goes along with it. So all this to say, Gray Roots has been very busy. Sydenham has been very busy. Everybody is just go, go, go. So we're looking forward to a summer where we get to now go internal a little bit, and we're working back on our processes and back through lean and starting to plan for next year. So it is a good time for us in EDTC. And under community transportation, we also heard an update that the phase 1 study is still progressing. We will be coming back to council in the near future with an update report on that. And then a welcome to all of our EDTC summer students as well. We're very fortunate. We have 14 of them in our department, so we nearly double in size over the summer months, but the energy that they bring is just amazing. I'm not going to talk through any of the planning pieces because that is definitely Scott's department, but he brought a great update on county housing plan, growth management study, archaeological management plan, age-friendly plan, and development charges bylaw. So there was a lot of great information there. And then we talked about Bill 98 as well, which has just passed royal assent. And from a sector challenge and roundtable, we talked about cost of businesses, downtown opportunities, patios, and then the last piece was around TC Energy, where the impact assessment is underway, just completed, and then getting ready for the next phases of assessment and impact and all kinds of studies to come still. So that is the fastest update I can give you for what was a very long but very energetic meeting. And if you have any questions, please let me know.
Okay, thank you very much. And as we note, it is received for information. The clerk and I are aware that there are some people that do need to leave, so I am going to be careful about quorum. Are there any questions that are there for Director Myers? Okay, not seeing any. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you very much, Director Myers, and sorry to have to press you in the afternoon to condense as efficiently as you were able to. Thank you very much. Okay, so next we do need to visit item 7F, which was added to the revised agenda. It's recommended that report PDR CW 2426 regarding the Canada Ontario Development Charges Reduction Program be received for information. May I ask for a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor DeBreen, seconded by Councillor Eccles. It's now on the floor for discussion. To you, Director Taylor, in your concise ability. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Madam Warden. I'll try to go quick on this one. I apologize for getting this report to council a little bit later. This has been an emerging project, and thank you very much to Niall, Mary Lou, and Randy for all their efforts on this one. Staff haven't been able to thoroughly research the Development Charges Reduction Program as much as we'd like prior to bringing a report to council. Details are still emerging, but it was only issued on June the 1st, and the funding deadline to apply is 10 a.m. on June 19th in that regard. We value the provincial and federal government's efforts in this regard, but if we could make one small ask, we'd love just a little bit more time and a little bit more detail to inform our councils accordingly. The province and the federal government have announced an $8.8 billion funding pool to municipalities where a municipality reduces their development charges on residential developments by at least 30 to 50%, and that would be retroactive back to March 30th, 2026. And the municipality has to contribute at least 10% of the eligible municipal infrastructure projects from the municipality. The reductions would come in place upon signing of the transfer payment agreement, should a municipality apply and be selected in that regard. Again, it only applies on residential developments, but it has to apply to all residential developments. So it would apply, whether you're building a single detached home or a row house or an apartment, it applies equally there. With respect to the municipal contributions, municipalities have to put forward up to 5 housing enabling infrastructure projects that are already listed in their development charges background study and already in their municipal capital plans. Those projects would need to start construction by at least July 31st of 2030 and would need to be fully completed by October 31st, 2035. So the province is really emphasizing shovel readiness of these infrastructure projects in that regard. There is some uncertainty on how we would draw that direct linkage between projects in the county's development charges background study and housing enabling infrastructure in that regard. As council be aware, approximately 80% of our development charges are collected on our county roads. And so it's not as simple as saying if we're extending this water and sewer pipe to this new area of town, we could suddenly get 400 new homes in this new area of town. That would be a bit more tenuous to draw, but if council wanted to apply, then we could work towards that. The reduction of the development charges would need to be done for at least 3 years. Municipalities could go longer. The province has made it clear that if municipalities are looking to go beyond the 50% reduction or contribute more than 10% of the eligible municipal costs, they'll be looked at more favorably in this regard. Another municipality termed this as a bit of a beauty contest with municipalities putting forward their best efforts in that regard. Staff do see some challenges in that regard with respect to the potential impacts on the county and our ability to fund the infrastructure in this regard. It's also clear that if there were cost overruns on that development charge project, let's just say you had a road upgrade that you had anticipated to cost $3 million. If you enter into this agreement with the province and the federal government, then any cost overruns are on the municipal dime, not the province or the feds in that regard. We do think that the development charges reduction program is maybe better suited to larger and fast growing municipalities who have some of that more direct housing enabling infrastructure like the water and sewer services in that regard. As part of your application, you need to estimate the number of housing units that would be enabled through this project in that regard. So the staff recommendation in the report is that you would just receive for information, but we provided an alternate option, and there was messaging going back and forth between Niall and Randy and Mary Lou and I, even as of 9 p.m. last night and 7 a.m. this morning, on what the appropriate option was here. The one thing we've landed on as staff was if council does want to direct staff to apply for this, maybe the wording could be that we would consider up to 50%. Maybe based on the projects we put forward, 50% isn't the exact number, but staff would continue to work with finance and transportation services and others to crunch the numbers in that regard. Although the staff recommendation is just to receive, one of the things we weighed and one of the things that's come up in other municipal discussions in other parts of the province is there reputational damage if you don't apply? You know, are you going to put the perception out there to the province that maybe municipality X or the Grey County aren't doing enough to try to get shovels in the ground and building permits going on new homes in that regard? So, you know, as much as we see an application being challenging, we also wonder if there's any sort of informal ramifications that would come if we chose not to apply. And the final thing we wanted to flag for council is Grey County and a number of our municipalities are already doing quite a lot to try to prompt residential building through development charges. The county for approximately the last 5 years has offered development charges exemption agreements for all rental housing, all purpose-built rental housing, whereby if they meet the terms of the agreement, they don't pay any county development charges. Some of our member municipalities, like the city of Owen Sound, have also offered similar agreements. The county also doesn't charge development charges on residential developments that have been incentivized by a community improvement plan or for nonprofit housing. So in a whirlwind, that's what I had. Certainly turn it back over to either Randy, Niall, or Mary Lou if they have anything further to add, and maybe jointly we can try to answer council's questions in that regard.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, then I will put it out if there are questions. Councillor Greg.
I guess it would just help me. I'm just going to throw, for example, at you. I see there's a municipality just to the east of Grey County that needs a water treatment plant. Let's just for rough numbers say it's $300 million. $100 million is going to be funded by DCs. This program could activate $90 million of funding and 10% municipal costs by reducing their DCs. If I have this right, if I'm interpreting this correct. Whereas a county example, I'll use Grey Road 5 right now going past the Owen Sound Hospital. While it could be reconstructed in the future, if we were going to take advantage of this, we could reconstruct a road, but there might not be a housing build out occurs for 15 or 20 years. So in scenario A, there's a very immediate return on the investment, but in scenario B, it's still tax dollars that are being put to use, and for 20 years, there's maybe no realized gain on it. Am I reading this this initiative correctly?
Certainly invite other colleagues to join in here through you, Madam Warren. Sorry. I think you are. One of the challenges amongst staff was trying to figure out what county projects would even be eligible. One of the things I failed to mention because I was trying to rush was that maybe on paper, some of the best county projects would be some of those urban road projects that might otherwise be, in the road exchange being discussed right now. And so, if we were to go forward and if we were to put forward some of those projects, it could delay the road exchanges. The province hasn't necessarily said that you need to see shovels in the ground on the housing. They want you to estimate the number of housing. But I think your point, Councillor Gregg, is fair that if you invest those municipal dollars and provincial and federal dollars and then don't get that tax return in short order by those buildings going up, then it could leave you out. But I'm not as financially minded as some of the others. So if anyone else has anything to add, do weigh in.
Okay, I don't see any other hands raised from staff, so we'll go to Councillor Body.
So Scott, it seems to me if we've got a chance to get money, even on the roads that are going to be downloaded, and even if it delays it a little bit, if we can get free money, free money's free money. I wonder if there is some utility in making the application, and then there's a lot of questions and a lot of stuff we don't know. If that would allow us to acquire some of that information between the time we make the application and that point that they're looking for us to sign the whatever the agreement is. If that buys us time that we get to that point that we don't sign the agreement, we're not bound by signing the agreement till we sign it. If we do the application, we get that information. I know it's a lot of work for 9 days, but it just seems to me that it keeps more options open. And from my point of view, I'd prefer keeping those options open.
Through you, Warden. And this goes back to what Scott indicated. If we have more time, we think that there is opportunity here. And so that's why we put forward at least the option in the report to, if council directs, we're happy to try to put together an application within the timeframes. It's tight. We've been talking to colleagues around the province, again, hoping for a bit more time to be able to put these forward, especially when you're getting into joint projects. We've had colleagues reach out from neighboring counties saying, hey, if we put in this project, which is a boundary road, can we put in one together? There's options for that, but to do that in a very short window, it's going to be challenging. But we also see this merit, like you said, if there's opportunity to be able to have some of this money to offset some of our ongoing capital costs, then there might be an approach to do that. When we looked at with the information that we have right now, and we've started to look at the projects and what may be eligible and what may be then attractive from a provincial lens perspective, we weren't seeing a direct correlation, but at the same time, we see there's still opportunity to put forward an application. And it goes back to what Scott was indicating in terms of just from a reputational perspective and seen in a favorable light that way too. We think there's merit to maybe explore that. It's going to be a bunch of work, but if council directs us to do so, we're happy to try to put forward our best foot forward, and an application in essentially it'd be 7 business days, or not 5 business days we did last night. So.
Okay, so just before I move on, if there's a will to do an amendment to the main motion, the clerk has been listening to the conversation and has a draft of potential motion to put forward if we wish to pursue that route. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Warden. I see this as same as Councillor Body, an opportunity to get some housing enabling work done across the county. I would suggest, if it's possible, that the county apply and include all 9 municipalities, and then the successful projects that are awarded, that are successful, could contribute to the 10% cost that the county will be picking up. And it's to our best interest to apply if we can do it. It's like leaving money on the table, and I think it's a regional benefit for all of us. And I'll just throw it in with the urban road transfer projects. I see a benefit for the urban municipalities.
Oh.
I would make that motion to amend with option 2 and include all 9 municipalities if that's possible.
Okay, I'm just gonna look to the CAO before I look for a seconder, to just speak to the 9 municipalities. We are under a timeline, like already this motion will have to have that part of that statement where we're gonna say we're gonna go over our procedural bylaw and make sure it gets the application gets in time. So in terms of getting consent from the municipalities, I don't know if maybe the motion should just read what we would be submitting, and then after the fact, we would go back to the municipalities if the project were there and ask for a contribution towards the 10%. I'll go to you, CAO.
Through you, Warden. So all the information that we've read so far, and in fact, there was going to be this afternoon, actually it started at 2:30, I think. AMO was going to hold a session. So this is how hot off the press, I guess, this is, and how it's still a moving target. But what I was going to indicate, what we've read so far is that in terms of the projects that we can put forward as the county, as the applicant, would be any projects that are within our DC background study and any projects within our capital plan. So they have to meet those check boxes. No doubt some of the capital projects and DC projects as it relates to some of the road transfer work may align. So that's where we could look at those opportunities. At the same time, to have then those conversations with the municipalities, and they get their direction from their councils, and if they have a DC, are we submitting a joint application, which we understand would be a separate application There's a lot to unpack within, again, a very short window. If the council were directing us to move forward with an application, probably the best that we could achieve at this stage would be to only look at projects within our county DC background study and our capital plan and move forward with those projects as an application. We will try our best to reach out to some of those municipalities to see if there's opportunities, but the window is very, very small.
Okay, so with that, before we can go into any further discussion, there's been a mover, but we need a seconder. So Councillor McQueen, you're seconding?
Maybe that wording could be that could assist more than if possible. I don't know, like, if you're figuring it out, it would help our lower tiers. If you figured it out to maybe, so I don't know how that needs to be, if possible, or to assist. Or in assisting the lower tiers. Maybe you're not locked into it, but if you're figuring it out, then I'm sure we have a council meeting next week, and I know I had a brief conversation about that. If the counties do it, why wouldn't we at the lower tiers want to do it as well, right? Does that help?
Again, through you, Warden. So our understanding is that if the local municipality wants to put forward a joint application or their own application, they have a current DC background study and a capital plan. Again, it would have to be projects that are within that bucket. And so that's where it's going to take a bit of time to be able to look at even what's in our DC background study and capital plan that is eligible. And then local municipalities would have to do the same, but they would have to commit to a reduction as well on their DCs and get that council direction in principle to support to move forward with that application or a joint application. So again, we wish we had more time because we see there's merit, there's opportunity here. And again, if council directs us to move forward, we're happy to try to do our best to put forward an application. But even to put forward an application, it's going to be challenging just to do it from our county DC background study and our county capital plan.
So I agree with what Mr. Patterson is saying here. Councillor Patterson is, you could be criticized, but leaving money on the table from our developers and public, and things are a little slower. And I think if it does make things happen, that's local jobs as well. I think it's more time. Is there another, do we need a separate resolution that we could pass to say, could we have more time? Is that something else we could?
What we're hearing is that the province is putting forward these timelines in order to make sure that the TPAs, the actual agreements can be so that they have a short window because they have to review those applications, approve what's eligible, put forward those agreements, and have those all completed before potentially restricted acts or lame duck comes into play. So that's the window that we're all collectively dealing with, and that's why there are these tight windows that the province put forward. So I don't think the province would be entertaining an extension from what we're hearing.
Okay, and speaking of timing, we really don't want to lose quorum and not achieve a decision made on this. I think we do need to advise ourselves to stay in our lane in terms of what we as a county council can control and put the application in, and hope that there's an avenue to continue the dialogue to work with other, if other municipalities, the lower tiers, are deciding to put in their own application, how things might coordinate. But it does seem like to put forth the application based on what we can do about our own development charges would be better than just not putting anything at all. So sorry, I don't want to influence the discussion, but I'm just trying to make sure that I'm absolutely clear on the dilemma that we're in terms of the timing. So I saw two hands go up over here. One was Councillor Body and there was somebody else.
Just a point of order. It seems to me we're discussing a motion that isn't the motion yet. So I would just ask, it hasn't been seconded. It has been. Okay, I thought we were still discussing what the motion was going to be. Sorry.
No, thank you. Yeah, there was Councillor McQueen had acknowledged he was seconding, but he had that question of clarification. So he went straight into the discussion. So it has been seconded by Councillor McQueen. I see Councillor Eccles' hand and then Councillor Gregg, is your hand up too? Okay, all right. So Councillor Eccles, Councillor Gregg, then to Councillor Dobreen.
Thank you, Madam Warden, through you I would say it's to staff. One thing about this is that the DC charges, if I'm understanding this, will be reduced by 30 or 50%, however we put it in, for 3 years. We've talked, there's been some discussion and some question, oh, we're going to leave if we don't apply for this, we're going to leave some money on the table. It's a 3-year reduction in our DC charges. We're scrambling to find a few projects that will fit into this. Again, it comes out to the same thing as the housing was a number of years ago when the Ford government said, oh, and by the way, you're not going to charge DC charges anymore. This is almost the exact same thing. We're going to leave a bunch of money on the table, all right. I feel anyways about this. We're giving up on average 631 from the county development charges, 50% of them per year for the next 3 years, or however many groups go forward, to gain, I don't think it's going to be $90 million for a project that Simcoe County may be getting, but the numbers just, and we've only got an X number of days to be able to, I don't know whether, it just doesn't feel right to me, but I'm going to leave it at that.
Okay, we'll go to the CAO and then to Councillor Gray.
Through you, Warden. And again, we wish we had more time. We've done some really high level math just to give you a sense of what the numbers might look like. We took the last 5 years of what the DCs have been collected on residential. That equates to a total of 25 million over the last 5 years. So like on a per year basis, that's about $5 million. So if we reduce by, for example, 50%, then that's $2.5 million per year times 3-year commitment, as Councillor Ackers correctly identified, or about 7.5 million. So we'd be looking to try to bundle projects to that level. Again, we haven't had a chance to do that, but that's the numbers that we've been looking at roughly in order to offset what we might be potentially losing. That's on the average. It could be higher than that. It could be lower than that, depending on what we see in terms of house starts over the next 3 years. But that just gives you an indication. So 40%, that equates to about 6 million.
Councillor Gregg.
Thank you. And through you, quick question. Perhaps I used a bad example. I'm concerned about, for example, we reconstructed Great Road 5 in Owen Sound. There's no housing occurs for 15 years on it. I think that's a bad investment. Doesn't matter who's paying. The taxpayer's paying for that, and it's a waste of money. Great Road 19, however, on the boundary, there's a pump station going in to facilitate housing. This one with a roundabout and 4-laning. Now, does that qualify? Now, is that something we're talking about? Councillor Patterson spoke about across the county. Is that the type of specific item that we want to zero in on? It's been on the books for years. We haven't been able to move forward on.
Through you, Warren, that's one of the projects that when we looked quickly through our DC background study and capital plan, that one kind of stood out as we think would hit the mark in terms of eligibility that the province might be looking for as a good example of a project. That one's tricky because that's, as you mentioned, the pumping station is potentially a joint between TPM and county based on costs. That's also a boundary road from that intersection, so it would be Simcoe County and Grey County. So we both, Simcoe County committed yesterday to put forward an application. We haven't, again, had a chance to have discussions with Simcoe County because we wanted to see the direction, obviously, from council today. We've had other counties, though, reach out to us on other boundary road projects as well. So it's just, it's a lot of moving pieces here. And again, a few days in order to put this forward together. But that is a great example of a project that we think could meet the eligibility requirements, but takes a little bit to stick handle, even more so because it's joint projects.
Okay, we'll go to Councillor DeBreen.
Thank you. And I will try to be quick. I echo the cost, and thank you CAO Scherzer for the reduced for 3 years, you know, and what that equates to. But it also is plus 10% of the eligible program costs is borne by the county as well. And I think trying to rush something, which is what the province has done, is to, you know, eliminate competition, I guess, for those who have projects ready. But whether we pursue it or not, I think it's worthy of letting them know we have some opportunity if we'd had time to collaborate with our neighbors. And I guess the other aspect, there's no guarantee that we're going to get it. And it maybe it's a little PTSD, but we had our DCs reduced to 80%, then 85%, and we're still waiting to be made whole on that. So yeah, it's just trying to rush something as important as this is worthy of letting them know that you know, more time, we might have been able to take advantage of this.
Okay, we also have the option of submitting the application, and if we actually do get accepted, then we can negotiate perhaps additional information, build it out, but then at least our foot's in the door. So that's the other consideration. Councillor Keaveney.
Thank you, Warden Matrosauce. And just for further clarification, CEO Scherzer had mentioned a rough calculation of 7.5 million in DCs over the 3 years. So if we put an application in and it comes back and offers us, for argument's sake, 5 million, I mean, are we stuck, or can we revert back? We can negotiate or back out?
Through you, Warden. So this is where, and maybe there's potentially some, if there's friendly amendments to consider for the motion where it'd be subject to receipt of that funding, that agreement would have to come back to County Council for approval prior to, which again would have to be the first meeting in August at the latest for this council to approve or not. So if we apply, we get notification that we were successful. They have to put forward a TPA of an agreement in very short order, and then we'd have to bring that back to council. Council can then make the final decision of yes or no. Tricky to back out once you probably have applied and to move forward, but there's still that opportunity for council to not support the funding agreement. And we would then have to notify the province of that. How they deal with that in terms of those funds being allocated to those projects, that's the tricky part. That's the potential risk.
Sorry, just very briefly, in addition to what CEO said, our understanding is we can put forward up to 5 infrastructure projects, but we have to prioritize those. So in theory, we put forward 3 and the province might only pick the top 1, or they might only pick 2. So we could be in a situation, as the CEO said, to kind of negotiate there.
And we may find that the competitive playing field is well, or very not competitive if so many municipalities are in the same timing predicament. So, okay, Councillor McQueen.
Very quickly, it was on a report earlier on today for the DC charges that we collected from 2021 to 2025. 2021, we had 876 bills of single and semi-detached. Last year was 247. There is a sliding scale there. Our building is down. So if it gives that boost also, so the last 2 years is 261 and 247 compared to 2021 and 22 of 876 and 589. So we know building is down.
Okay. So it was moved in second some time ago, but it was not read out for recording purposes. So we have the amendment to the main motion that the motion be amended to remove for information and insert the following clauses. that staff be directed to apply the Canada Ontario Development Charge Reduction Program for a 50% reduction to the county's residential development charges, with the county covering 10% of the eligible program costs, and that staff be authorized to proceed prior to the county council approval as per section 26.6B of the procedural bylaw 513422. It has been moved and seconded. We have had discussion on this amendment. I see no further hands. All those in favor? Okay, so that motion is carried. So now we're back to the main motion. And the main motion reads just as I have articulated, but references at the beginning that staff PBR CW 2426 regarding the Canada Ontario Development Charges Reduction Program be received, plus the amendment I just read out. Okay, so we have it there. And any further discussion on the main motion? All right, all those in favor? Okay, that is actually all carried, Madam Clerk. Thank you. All right, thank you very much, Director Taylor, and to the CAO for your input on that. So we now have closed session matters that we need to go in for. It's recommended that Committee of the Whole does now go into closed session pursuant to Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended to discuss number one, security of the property of the municipality or local board, and it's regarding property security. And number two, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. And this is with regards to personal information. May I ask for a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Mackey, seconded by Councillor Keaveney. All those in favor of going into closed? And that motion is carried. Okay. All right, so we have come out of closed, and I can report that Committee of the Whole proceeded into closed session for purposes of discussing security of property of the municipality or local board and personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. I'm going to say that we are, due to the timing, we're going to need to defer the other business of the FCM conference updates. We'll just simply add that to the next agenda, but I do need to take a moment. Item number 10, put out a call for notices of motion. Any notices of motion? Not seen any. I'll look for a motion to adjourn. Whoa. Moved by Councillor Patterson, seconded by Councillor McQueen. Lots of robust support for that motion. All those in favor? And we are carried. Thank you.